Adds to the spice of it. Well, it's a very good afternoon and welcome to the Masse Club in Pukekohe for the first round of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour in association with the NZPA. Mark Watson alongside of me, the great man himself, Jimmy the Professor Henry. Jimmy, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mark. Thanks for that.
Well, interesting. Masse, NZPA, combining forces for the first time in 10 years, which is a great thing, which means that I guess our viewers, those that are into the Q sports, are going to see a wider part of the community competing, including one of our opponents up on the table today in Grant Hewitt.
Yes, it's great. It's great to, finally combine together and, we've been waiting for this for 10 years and it's, you're going to get the best players in New Zealand come out now.
Which means that we will ask our two players, Grant Hewitt on the left, and who will take on the great Sullivan Clark, one of the real rising stars of Q sports in this country, sitting there to the right. So we'll get both players to come forward for the lag. This is the first of 6 frames. So it's Sullivan Clark up against Grant Hewitt. Our referee today.
Oh, geez, I forgot his name. This is the second time he's done it, so we'll have to just grab his name soon.
Okay, so there it is. So simple way of determining who breaks, and that's simply just knocking the ball down to the far end of the table, and whoever can bring it up closest to the rail where they are breaking from. And Hewitt put a lot of weight on that. Might have got this one right, though, Grant Hewitt. Oh, that's pretty good, pretty close.
Yes, Grant's got it right. He's the closest to the cush, so he can elect to either break.
And so a man who comes from a snooker background, he's a very, very good billiards player. He's been around a long time, Grant Hewitt, but he will take on Sullivan Clark. They have played previously, and Sullivan Clark does rate him. And being a snooker boy, he's somebody you should not underestimate.
Yeah, when I first come onto the scene, Grant Hewitt was one of the guys to beat.
So, yeah.
He has got the experience, been to like 3 or 4 world championships, 9-ball.
Yeah, he's, as I said, a distinguished gentleman. So this is quarterfinals time. This is the Counties Open of this Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour, and this is a great initiative too. So tours right around the country, top players accumulating points, opportunities to go and play overseas based on those points, based on rankings.
That's right, yeah, that's right. You want to be at the top when all the big trips come around, and they'll be selected accordingly. If you're ranked number 1, you'll get the first spot. Maybe number 2, get the second spot. And if those two can't go, well, it goes further down the ladder.
Yep, and so therefore what it does is incentivises players to come out and play regularly here on a national tour. You know, you're going to be judged on your results. It's not going to have the political side of it. And of course, endorsed by NZPA. So 2 organisations that up until recently have been separate. And again, I think both realise that, look, this country is too small. Let's share our resources. You've got some strengths, we've got some strengths. Let's come together and do it for the greater good. And it is a wonderful initiative.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you're going to get the best player in New Zealand at the end of the ranking year.
So this is 9-ball. 9 balls on the table in that diamond shape. And it's a pretty simple format. Got to sink the balls in order, 1 through 9. Whoever sinks the 9-ball ends up winning the frame. And it is the only one form of Q sports where flukes are allowed. So Jimmy just having a look at the break, a dry break from Grant Hewitt. So now opportunity for Sullivan. He'll come here. He would have mapped this table, have a pretty quick look at it. What is the hard shot on the table?
Well, they're all in the open, so it's all about just positioning the white ball and in order. So you can only get one position on this 2 ball. Whereas an 8 ball, you got plenty of options, different options.
So Sullivan.
This positional play has to be perfect. Look at that. Picture perfect.
Yeah, just having a chat to him, just back from overseas again. He said, look, you know, I've gone away, I've learned a little bit more. And he's just continuing to put those layers on year after year. And you just sense that sometime in the next maybe 2 to 3 years, he is going to have that breakthrough. And what we mean by that breakthrough is that consistency at the highest level.
That's right. And he's starting to show it here and there.
Does train hard, very methodical.
Straight up table for number 3. Looks like 3 in the middle pocket. Perfect. Oh, could have went a bit further, but that's good.
Yeah, there will be a little bit of an adjustment from the outside tables where a lot of qualifying's gone on to suddenly coming under the television lights on this television table. That cloth just runs just a little bit quicker. So they do just need to just make that subtle adjustment in regards to the weight that they do put on that cue ball.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Watch out for the 8 ball. He's travelled a bit too far, left himself a bank.
That's what we talk about. So the bank shot is basically, in layman's term, this is where we see the little ricochet, don't we?
Yeah, the double, they call it
double.
in New Zealand.
We bank it. So they'll look to drill this.
I think you play more percentage shot, like go for safety or two-way shot.
Okay, explain two-way shot, Jimmy.
So he's going to go for the pot. He'll play it hard enough so the purple ball goes towards the middle if he misses, like so.
And that's a really nice safety shot too. That is a very good shot from Sullivan Clark, really meaning Grant Hewitt. The only thing he can do here now is look to try and play safety if, in fact, he can actually just reach that purple ball. So can he reach it and in the same time create a safety shot and put Sullivan Clark under a bit of pressure? So there he goes. Nicely played from Hewitt, showing all that experience. And let's have a look. Let's have a look. Has he done enough, Jimmy?
No, not at all. So I don't like the look of Grant's maybe next shot. He's got to park him in behind the green ball if he doesn't think he can pot it. There you go. Nice shot. So twice Grant's been to the table and they've both been out of snookers.
Now, let's just talk through the foul system here. So I have 3 fouls and you lose the frame?
Yeah, 3 fouls in a row, your consecutive fouls, you lose the frame. Just looking at the two-rail escape. Great shot. Still got it. The young guy still got it.
Well, this is what Sullivan Clark will be wanting. You know, he wants that hard competition that you get overseas where there's just not an easy game. And with the 2 organisations coming together now, that is going to create depth, and he's going to play some players here in New Zealand that he hasn't maybe perhaps played that much, but guys of high quality. So for Sullivan Clark, he'll be wanting to try and replicate that depth that he gets overseas at a regular basis here in New Zealand. And that's a really nice pot from him.
Beautiful stroke.
Not an easy shot, but looking very composed.
Yes, you could probably bet your house on him running this rack.
Jimmy. It's a new year, but you still haven't learned about the commentator's curse, haven't you, Jimmy?
Look at that.
We don't preempt anything, Jimmy.
Yes, and I think he got me, mate. I think he got me.
Jimmy,
oh, jeez, I'm homeless tonight
now. It's a new year, but you still haven't learned about the commentator's curse, haven't you, Jimmy? Just have a look here.
Look at that. Yeah, just a wee bit too hard. Sits right on the 6th ball.
So what does he do? He'll enjoy the challenge here, though, Sullivan. He's a guy who doesn't want to do it easy. He wants to win, but he's happy to be challenged. He's always looking to learn. He's always looking to push his game.
Okay, the shot would be probably sit behind the brown ball. Nice little nick. Get the pace right and sit behind. A little bit short, I'd say. Yeah, a little bit short.
And well read there by Jimmy. Nice to have that overhead camera too. It'll give us some really good angles later, particularly when we maybe from the angle or the other camera angles can't quite tell whether they are snookered or whether there might be just that little channel they can run that cue ball through. So now what does Grant Hewitt do?
Yeah, Grant's got plenty of experience. He'll know what to do. He'll know where to put the white ball. He'll know to make distance.
And it is the one game where you're allowed a fluke, and he does acknowledge that it is a fluke. He just gives that little bit of a hand wave to Sullivan, but Sullivan understands this game, so now it is advantage to Grant Hewitt. So Sullivan Clark just struggling a little bit with just his weight at the moment, just finding this Predator Arcadia cloth, running quite quickly. But now Grant Hewitt just has to now deal with the pressure. But he's an experienced campaigner going low on that cue ball, so he's just going to bring this back or stop it on a dime.
Nice touch.
And now this to take the first frame in that race to 6. The wily veteran. And just like that, Hewitt goes up by 1 over Sullivan Clark.
That was a nice frame. Experience got him that frame. Many years of experience there.
What really was the difference, Jimmy, was the commentator's curse.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
Yeah, no. I thought we'd gone through that last year. I thought we had it sorted, actually.
Yeah, we missed you last week too, mate.
Yeah, no, a little bit of a breakdown in communication, and I'll get you to talk us through actually what did happen last week, because it was a junior tournament.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great day. Watch future talent come through.
So who ended up winning that?
Under the under-21s, it was Kieran Dempsey. In the under-19s, it was Jeremy Ho. And in under-12s, Cooper McInnes. Yeah, that was good. That was a bit
of an upset.
Yeah, well, he beat Jack Biggs, you know. Jack's only 13.
Yeah.
So this is first year in the under-17s.
Oh, it was under-17s. I thought you said under-12s. Okay, so there we go. So that is the way it is set up, any order, except you must have that 1 ball on the front and the 9 ball in the middle. And then what they call our wing balls, which in this case will be that black and that red 3 ball. And they're the ones that generally will disappear into a pocket. Sullivan Clark.
No, well, they've changed the rule here, Mark. They've tricked you now. You'll be lucky to get that corner ball into a pocket. Usually the one in the middle goes. There you go.
Okay, talk to me on that, Jimmy.
So what they've done now is they've moved the 9 ball on the spot now. Before it used to be the 1 ball on the spot. Now it's a 9 ball, and you have to break from a break box, they call it.
So you can't come too far left,
no,
too far right.
So you can't put those wing balls and run the rack.
Okay, so and when did that change come in, Jimmy?
This tournament.
Okay.
All tournaments now.
Around the world?
Yes, around the world.
Okay. And are you in agreement?
Yeah, good, yeah. You know, it stops people from just hitting the rack and then running the rack, knowing that they're going to put that corner ball.
I'd imagine that's required, so for a number of the top players, that's also just a little bit of adjustment in terms of the way they do break.
Yeah, just a little bit harder. You aren't guaranteed those corner balls.
Okay, so that little spot on the table used to be for the 9 ball. It's now, no, in fact, used to be for the 1 ball. So basically what you're saying is the racks just come up the table a little bit higher.
Yes. Okay, he's in good position here. He needs to get back to the centre of the table. He can either draw back or run forward, but drawing back is the easier way.
Sullivan Clark pushes that down.
Plays that perfectly. Wow. Timing the ball real good. Hitting it nice and sweet.
They want to win this frame though. He won't want to drop 2. But this is the area of the game. He just wants that consistency. He wants to be able to consistently run a rack if he can. Or be able to string together the continuity, particularly when there is not a high degree of difficulty in front of him. Here's another one. So he's 2 balls away here. Shouldn't have too much difficulty, but I'm not going to say that definitively, Jimmy. And why would I not say it definitively?
Yeah, the curse.
The curse. You're onto it, Jimmy. You're onto it, Jimmy.
Look at that, perfect.
Yeah. I don't call you a professor for anything, mate, for no reason. And there it is. So 1 frame each. Sullivan Clark bounces back against Grant Hewitt in the race to 6.
Yeah, that was a nice break and run.
Got to say, Jimmy, it's a contrasting style of commentary, actually. I've just spent the last 2 days down in Lake Carapiro for the Aon Māori Regatta, for the Māori Cup, secondary schools rowing.
Rowing.
And the men's 8, the boys' 8 is the Māori Cup, and the girls is known as the Levin Jubilee Cup. And the Māori Cup's been going since 1947. So 76 years. Only 17 schools have ever won the Māori Cup.
Wow.
And yesterday we had...
A new one.
No, we had 8 finalists. It's always the last event of the regatta. And a lot of discussion around Hamilton Boys High School, the defending champion, and also St. Bede's, who had been very, very good. And, you know, often you talk up a final and it doesn't always play out. This played out. And so throughout the whole race, it was just this ding-dong battle between these 2 great schools. And it was won in the finish by St. Bede's by 5/100ths of a second.
Wow.
Unbelievable. So you can imagine sort of the style of commentary for that last 200 metres.
Yeah.
And so I'm sort of just not sure I can work that in here today.
Coming back down.
So sort of
Coming
having to
off
just
a
go,
high.
just coming steady. No, it was fascinating. It's a great event. A lot of smaller boats, single sculls, under 15s, under 16s, all the different classes. As we now see Sullivan.
Yeah, that was a good kick shot. Try to just kick the one down the table and stick the white ball up the top.
Yeah, he's done well here.
Yeah,
he's done really well. Has he got a channel there, Jimmy?
Yeah, he has. You can see the edge of that too, but the white ball's travelling towards that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's just on that wrong side, isn't it?
Okay, this is where his billiard experience will come in. He'll know what's going to happen once he hits that one ball. There you go. He tried to pot the 3 ball, got away with it, got second prize.
Yep.
Snooker back.
Yeah, so chance here. Using those angles. It's good technique, Sullivan Clark. Very, very steady on that follow through. Not a lot of cue movement. Great example of it. Did he do enough, Jimmy? Maybe not.
Okay, here's a good opportunity here for Grant. 1 ball, 2 ball, 3 ball, 4 and 5 all look pretty good. Just make sure he pots this 1 ball first. Get himself going.
Yeah, he'll just want to get on a run, won't he, here? Just looking to just try and get some consistency. He seems to have adjusted well to the table.
Yes, plenty of experience there. International as well.
Contrasting form in terms of that from what we see from Sullivan. He's got a little bit more of an open stance. Doesn't go down quite as low on the cue as perhaps. Oh, there we go. No, it's probably a bit unfair. Just watch the cue follow through though. A little bit more movement.
Oh, watch out for that 5 ball to cover that 3. I think he can just get past it.
I'll just go above the table and just have a wee look here.
Few good games coming up. We've got Marco Deutscher versus Kieran Dempsey.
Yeah, that big tough semi-final, quarter-final, first up. Deutscher under a bit of pressure in one of his section play. He's down by 3 at one point.
Yes, from young Jeremy Ho.
And he pulled it back to win that one 6-3, but you can get up on Marco Toysha when it's only the first to 6. It's got an opportunity, certainly a big scalp, one of the great players internationally, Toysha. Lucky to have him here in New Zealand. So we go to the jigger, or the old moose, or what we affectionately call the caribou.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to hide behind the 9 there. Played a little bit too hard.
Yeah, it looked like he just rushed that a little bit, Jimmy. Just needed to maybe just slow that down a bit more. One of the initiatives that both NZPA and Masse are looking at doing is bringing in a 30-second shot clock, which will certainly speed things up, and you'll be allowed to have one extension in a frame. So you might say, look, I want that further 30 seconds, I'll use it now. Now Sullivan, big shot here. Nicely played. Let's just have a look. Where does that cue ball end up? How much weight on it? Stops nicely.
Perfect.
Yeah, nice here from Sullivan Clark.
Okay, just stop shot here is good enough. It'll leave him that good angle, get from the green ball to the brown ball. So just stop that white ball.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, the thing with Sullivan Clark and Marco Toysha and even Kieran Dempsey to a degree, you just, if they're going to open the door for you, you've got to walk in, and then you've got to sit down, then you've got to take the television.
Yeah, and you've got to jump into his bed too, I suppose.
And you've just got to stay there. You can't just go in, take a muffin off the bench and leave. It's not enough. You like your muffins, Jimmy?
Yeah, I love them.
Runs that down nicely. Difficult shot, and he played it nicely.
Yeah, left himself a good angle, naturally go down table.
Man who loves to run.
Yeah, I just want to say well done to all the players that played yesterday, Mark, for qualifying. 12 hours straight play. It was like a marathon.
Yeah, no.
Beautiful shot. Up and down the table, nice weight.
Yeah, look at that, beautifully done. That is the skill, that is the class. That is just what people don't truly appreciate. The control of the cue ball. Just feel that he's now just starting to make that adjustment. He's just getting a bit of feel for this table. And now comes back, saying that, yep, nicely done, beautiful. And this to go to a 2 frames to 1 over Hewitt, does it easily, and it is Sullivan Clark, who, after dropping that first frame, picks up the next 2. And a bit of thinking now from Hewitt.
Yeah, he's got that white ball on string at the moment. We're just going back and just relaxing. Ready for the next frame. Calm the mind. A lot of relaxation, concentration in this game. Keeping the brain calm. What do you call it when you have that little thing on the shoulder, you know, telling you to do something else? What would you call it there, Mark?
My wife? No.
Apart from that, yeah.
No. Is it, I don't know, is it that little bird on your shoulder? That little
the little devil that, you know, telling you to do other things.
Yeah.
So you've got to fight with that as well in this game.
Yeah, sometimes you do. Sometimes it's counterintuitive, and what we mean by that, your natural intuition says to do something, but actually the best option is to actually go against it. And so that's sometimes experience. Just want to acknowledge Predator though. If you're looking for cues, you're looking for equipment, go with Predator, premier brand in the world.
Definitely one of the best brands you can get.
So there we go. We're just seeing that one ball every time, aren't we? Going into that right middle pocket with that new movement of the rack. The magic rack being taken off the table, but maybe not the best break in terms of second, third phase, but he's looking at it, he's assessing it. Jimmy, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'll just make sure I pot that 2 ball. The key is just to pot the ball and take your medicine. Just end up wherever you end up.
No safety opportunity here.
Yeah, there might be, but you know the 2's on, so
There we go, above the table. That's a really nice shot. That's really nice camera work. Ash and the team. One of the best directors we've ever worked with. Missed it, as you said, take your medicine. Might have got away with one. Might have just got away with one. But safety maybe for Hewitt. What does he look to do?
Yeah, maybe double the 2 in between the 8 and 9. Or sitting behind the 4 ball.
Oh, just hits that corner. So that's uncharacteristic from Hewitt. And again, we say if the door's left ajar, you can't just take the muffin off the bench. You've got to take the TV, you've got to take the lounge, and you've got to make sure, as you said, Jimmy, sleep in their bed.
Yeah, tricky position here. He's watching out for the white ball and off in the middle. If he trying to play safe down the table. He could double the 2 back behind the 8 and the 9. So he's got a few options.
Mm.
Okay, he's going to run the 8 white ball down that way.
Yeah, nicely played here from Sullivan. Maybe not quite enough weight. Still has left it open for Hewitt, but not an easy shot. This shot here, Jimmy, does he have control over the cue ball?
Not really, because he's hitting the 2 ball too thin, so there's no control. The thinner you hit it, see, no control at all.
Yeah, and I guess the reason for the question, that was sort of my sort of natural inclination towards it, but you, of course, are the professor.
Okay, this will be a nice shot. Just got to watch out for the middle pocket. Played that nicely.
A lot of people might be curious, Jimmy, why do they call you the professor, Jimmy?
Because I take him back to school.
You do, Jimmy.
He's got a good angle here to come back. Maybe put the 5 in the middle, because I don't think it goes past the green ball. So he'll come back this side of the table where his jigger is now, around that area. He's got to watch out for the middle pocket.
Oh, missed it. Missed it. Put the cue ball down too, so it's not going the way of Hewitt at the moment. Struggling, maybe under just a little bit of pressure here from the great Sullivan Clark. Still hasn't got a nickname, Sullivan Clark, has he?
And I don't think he wants one by the sounds of us trying to give him a nickname last time. All about position now. 5, 6 is easy. 6 to the 7 should be okay. At 7 to the 8 where he's going to find the problem. Where's that 8 ball going to go? Oh, he's going left-handed.
Quality here from Sullivan Clark. So what does he do? He pulls it back. He's got enough weight. Nice shot from Clark. That is quality. That is quality from Sullivan Clark.
Okay, he's going to keep it simple and just run it down the end.
Now, he's going to go again to the left hand. It's a nice skill set to have. They'll be working on this too.
Two rails is going. There you go. Nice.
And he's going to get enough weight. Has he got enough weight? Can he get past the 9? Let's go above the table and have a look.
Perfectly.
Not an easy shot though. Not an easy shot.
9 in the same pocket maybe.
Oh, missed it. Missed it. Door of opportunity opens for Hewitt. It was there too. Did everything right. but just that angle, just a little bit. Would you say a little bit too thin or a little bit too thick on that shot?
Yeah, I didn't actually see it. I couldn't see over the top of him. A little bit too hard here.
Now, Grant. Oh, now. What does he do? He's got the middle pocket. He's good enough to make this, but just remember those corners are very, very square. There's not a lot of room for error. Unlike the other pockets, these are the difficult ones. Hits it, enough weight. Does he get it in? He does, and there it goes to 2 frames each, just like that. So, that time he walked in, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Television set the whole damn lot.
Yes, he did take that with open arms.
Jimmy, just since we've had, you know, the NZPA, the New Zealand Pool Association, and Predator coming together, what has that meant in terms of your role? Have you seen more players wanting to get some expertise from you? Are you spreading your services around now?
Yeah, a lot.
Is there enough of Jimmy the Professor to go around?
Oh, definitely, mate. Yeah, I'll help anyone that needs to be helped.
Yeah.
So yeah, a couple of young players from Pool and Blues have asked me to do some work with them, and yeah.
That's great, isn't it? It's good.
Yeah, they've seen all the young guys in Masse playing outstanding. Like there must have been about 6 or 7 juniors that qualified this week, and it was really good to see.
I keep saying it in all seriousness, Jimmy, that you've got to invest in good coaching. You know, athletes come and go, coaches last forever. Guys like yourself can take that guesswork out.
Yeah, that's
You've been in the game. You've been in the game that long. You've made every mistake. You've learnt from those mistakes.
Exactly.
So Grant Hewitt now with the break, looking to try and put that one into that corner. He misses it, and it will be a dry break. So Sullivan Clark. Let's just have a look at the way the cards fall here, though. So not easy here for Sullivan Clark. Not as open perhaps as he would like it. Difficult first up shot with this one ball.
Yeah, he'll bring the white ball down table. Just to the right of where his hand is now. Kiss into that 7 to hold the one ball and sit it down there.
So plays a defensive shot first up.
Yeah, that's a nice one too.
Yeah. Let's see if we can just go above the table here and just have a look at the spread. That'll give you an idea of just what he's got to do to get across to that one ball. That's really nice camera work. Oh, and sinks the cue ball. So Sullivan Clark puts the pressure on Hewitt. And Hewitt just crumbles a little bit.
Okay, he's just hanging with the maestro. Just hang with him, and you never know what could happen in the end. Short race to 4.
Did you just give him a nickname?
No,
Did you just call him the Maestro?
Just by looking at him, yeah, he looks pretty good.
Sullivan the Maestro. Clark. Start using that too much, Jimmy, it might stick.
Yeah, can't afford to do that.
But nicknames naturally evolve, don't they?
Well, you have to sort of earn it, you know.
Would it be fair to say, Jimmy, that you didn't earn the name Professor at school?
Oh, yeah, and far from that. It was far from that when I went to school. Like I said, I went to eat my lunch.
So Sullivan Clark now. Just really now it's a case of just trying to run this rack. And things looking good for him.
Yeah, Sullivan's spent a lot of time with a few juniors as well, you know, passing on his skills and everything else that he's got, his knowledge.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Because he's still relatively young. He, as we said, he picked up this game while down at the University of Victoria in Wellington there, where he was studying psychology, couldn't be bothered with it all in the finish, and started playing in the university halls, and the rest is history. But he's dedicated so much time to it that he has almost jumped the queue in terms of years when it comes to his knowledge and his ability to share that with the youngsters. because he'll say himself that he's still got a lot to learn, but...
Okay, a lot of people just run this in and run the 8 ball into the opposite corner, but not Sullivan. He wants better position, closer position, and perfect position. Oh, got away with it. Just trying to come back around the other side of it.
Yeah, but I like it. I like a player who's prepared to do these things in a game situation. You know, you see a lot of footballers doing tricky things in training, never prepared to take it on in a game, you know, unless you're the Messies. And I think it's having that ability to back yourself. He nails
Nice
that.
shot.
And now this to go to 3 frames to 2. You'll want to just keep putting the pressure on Grant Hewitt, because Hewitt's 2 frames have really just come through opportunity. A big shot though. And he puts it down, and there we go. Sullivan Clark. What did you call him? The maestro?
Yeah, that's the bat. Remember the bat, the maestro
I do.
bat?
Yeah, I do. What was it?
Gunnar Moore,
G&M
yeah.
Maestro, yeah. Also had the Newbury. Remember the Excalibur, the Lance Ken's
yes,
Excalibur with
yeah.
no shoulders?
Kieran versus Marco. And Ramon and Jono. Ramon Santos versus Jono McDowell Paquito on the outside tables. Just keep you up to date with those scores. Watch his break. He's got this break down pat. 1 ball straight in the middle.
Commentator's curse, Jimmy.
So it's all about hitting that white ball at the right hardness to make the white ball do that. I mean, their 1 ball.
So the way the rack is set up now, the fact that it's
Yeah.
been pushed further forward, that it's not now the 1 ball on the dot, it's the 9 ball.
Yes.
Does that really only allow for 1 ball to go down?
Well, not necessarily. You know, these players overseas, they work out that break straight away.
Well, it's like anything. You make an adjustment, people adjust too, don't they?
Yes, they do. And, you know, people changing these rules can't really do nothing about it.
No, it's true, isn't it? I've been watching some documentaries on these card counters, these guys that play blackjack.
Yes.
And they try and beat the house. And,
Yes.
you know, you can beat the house in 21. It's the one game where the odds, I think, are slightly in the player's favour. But, you know, card counters and all the different things that have been put in place to stop these guys from basically hustling them. Most people would argue, well, hang on a minute, they're just simply out thinking the casinos. Yes. What is wrong with that? But for all the regulations, for all the change, they still find a way. The moment the casinos make an adjustment, they find a way of still beating the system.
Yep.
You been to Las Vegas, Jimmy?
Yes, quite a number of times.
Yep.
Only through, I wouldn't pay my own way, but Masse have helped me get there a number of times.
Yeah, see, when you look around Las Vegas, and I always say this about gambling, always remember Las Vegas wasn't built on winners. And the point there is that, you know, that it's there because, you know, the casinos win.
Yes. Nice shot by Grant. Perfect position here. It looks pretty much straightforward.
Jimmy.
Join the dots.
Yeah, Hewitt, he'd love this, wouldn't he? He'd love this to take this up to 3. There's be huge confidence if he could run through this now. Big, tough shot, this one. Does get it, though. Nicely brings that cue ball. Too much weight. Is it going to stay up? It does stay up. Thought he might have just ended up on the wrong side, but he hasn't.
No, he's got a good line on here. Just screw back to the middle of the table.
Yep. So 3 balls away from taking this to 3 frames.
Little draw to the middle of the table. Beautiful. Right side of the 8 ball to get to the 9 ball.
Yeah, this is probably the real first frame, I think, where Hewitt's really just come out and made this frame his own, rather than just capitalising on lost opportunity. There's one, and brings it back nicely. And so now, really nicely played here from the veteran.
You got to remember, this guy here has played like this for the last 30 or 40 years.
Yeah. And there we go, just like that, 3 frames each. Pressure goes back on Sullivan Clark as we go to frame 7 in the race to 6.
Beautiful stroke. Yes, I love watching Grant when he was at his prime, and he's still playing pretty good. Playing the same as 30 years ago. When I was a new kid on the block, he was the man to beat. So what catches up on the mark when you're so many years good at a game, and then all of a sudden you just get knocked back a bit? Like all these big, famous boxers and all that. Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, look, I think sometimes,
father.
Yeah, I think sometimes it depends on the sport. I mean, experience is a good thing, but then you'll also get that youthful exuberance, won't you? Look, I think in some sports you talk to a lot of people. Look, it might just be that, just your eyes.
Yeah.
You don't notice it, but just your eyes. Just some really, really subtle little things. Yeah.
There you go.
I think sometimes, maybe you become a bit too habitual, you become too much in a habit, you become too set in your ways. I think sometimes too, when you're a bit younger, you don't overthink things. You just come with a level of freedom, And you'll often hear that saying, won't you, that particularly in golf, paralysis by over-analysis. And it's nice having a lot of information, but you've got to be careful that, in your head you haven't got, you've got so much information. So instead of maybe thinking, oh, I've got a couple of options here, you're thinking, well, there's actually 10 options I can play. It was interesting just talking about that Mardi Cup of rowing. That's one thing you see with those younger rowers, they are inexperienced. So it is just a bit of just go out hard.
More muscle.
And sometimes it's just simple, isn't it? You can overthink it, you can be too tactical. But if you don't have the knowledge, well, you just go on pure instinct. And that's not a bad thing either.
Yeah, we've got a lot of young kids coming through and they show no fear at all.
Yeah, I also think too, the older you get though, other things come into your life, don't you? You get family, you get kids, you get a few more responsibilities, and you just can't commit. Not a bad effort there from Sullivan, but has he got away with it? It's going to be a difficult shot. It's going to be a difficult shot for Hewitt, but certainly not out of the realm for this guy.
Yes, 2 should be all right. Just getting behind the 3 ball and finding the pocket for that 3 ball was the key.
I think the other thing, Jimmy, too, and you see it in a lot of sport, when you become a star and suddenly you're playing, then suddenly the commercial side of it comes in, and then the business side of it comes in, and suddenly you don't quite have that clarity that you once had. There are a whole lot of other factors. And as we just watch Hewitt here, put that 2 down. Nice. Now, has he got too much weight on that, though? Has he? Just run it a little bit too long. So, tough shot here. He won't be happy with that, but it is still an opportunity.
Yeah, not too bad.
But, I always remember, I think it was Rory McIlroy shot out, won 4 major championships. Suddenly the $100 million Nike deals come in and, and yeah, it's great. But then you've got, suddenly you've got sponsors, things you've got to do and act a certain way, television commercials. And you've got the business side of it. Well, how do I invest that $100 million? And so I think there are a lot of factors that can end up affecting athletes as they progress. And look, some will embrace it, and the greats don't seem to be too bothered by too much, do they? But I think we're also seeing sport getting to the point where, age is becoming less of a barrier for a lot longer. You've seen guys like Federer and Nadal in their late 30s. Seen a lot of athletes doing well in their late 30s, where there was always a bit of a mindset where you sort of done at 28, 29. Swimming was a sport where you're out very early. Now there's a lot longer progression in it. And I think part of it's just someone showing you the way. I mean, look at Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah. Well, he's still playing the best anybody else can play in the world. He's right up there with the best of them.
Yeah. And I see Jimmy White looking to try and make a bit of a comeback. And Jimmy White, he'd be in his 60s, wouldn't he? Jimmy Whirlwind White.
Yes, close to it.
What did he play? 9-time runner-up. If there's any guy you want to see win a world title, it's Jimmy White.
Yeah, I think he ended up getting one. Okay, Sullivan hasn't got much on here. He's got the double, but as percentage-wise, he doesn't like doubles unless they're 100%.
I mean, it's fair to say, Jimmy, you've got better looking as you've got older, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
So Sullivan Clark here. And he'll love the challenge here. He'll love this challenge. He wants this scenario, so when he goes overseas, he's been through similar scenarios. It's all about banking the experience.
He's going to try and put that white ball behind the black ball.
Has he done enough? Is he going to run that black ball? Is he going to run that black ball? Not a bad effort, though. I like the fact that he takes it on. I like the fact that he takes it on. Because what he'll be doing, knowing Sullivan, he'll be sitting down now visualising, okay, if I was to play the shot again, what would I do slightly differently?
That was a good effort there. The line looked pretty good. Just the black was in the...
Is that cue ball kissing that 8?
way. A little bit of a Chinese snooker there.
Just wonder if we can go above the table and have a wee look. Yeah, there we go. That gives you an idea. Salt and pepper.
Just makes that shot a little bit harder by just hitting a part of the white ball.
Yeah, really tough shot and almost pulls it off, Hewitt, but it's not enough, and they've really got no control. So that's a little bit of what you said earlier, just hit and hope and take your medicine.
He was looking at making some distance, sitting that 3 ball on the end rail.
It's going to be a really quick exhibition game later between myself and you, Jimmy. Notice how I said quick. I'll break and you finish it off.
Nice start by Sullivan. Perfect. Look at that.
Yeah, no, really good.
Yeah, it's all...
what I like about Sullivan is just his ability to be able to just... Like, it's like... I mean, I listen to you, Jimmy, you just, bang, you see it immediately, you call it, you're spot on. And Sullivan's got the similar sort of mind to you now where he can just... He just knows those options automatically. He just knows the strengths and weaknesses of the different potential shots that he could play. And that is remarkable for a young man.
Definitely. Sitting behind the brown ball. So for him to get behind that brown ball, he's going to have to use a little bit of a left spin. So that's hitting like 9 o'clock on the white ball. Always gone high, so it must go past the black ball. In his eyes.
He's going to run this. Let's have a look at what he does. Cue ball off the rail, brings it back nicely. Played this well, yeah, Sullivan.
Good for the truck past that 8 ball. Straight up the table.
Comes back, and let's go to 4 frames to 3.
Yeah,
really just want to try and still get out to a 2-frame advantage lead. So 4 frames to 3. Grant Hewitt hanging tough, but Sullivan Clark this time just showing the composure, showing why he's one of the real emerging stars in international cue sports. And so we'll head to an 8th frame, and it will be Sullivan Clark with the break. Lovely looking table, isn't it? So the magic rack.
Yeah, shot clock coming on.
So they've decided they want to bring the 30-second shot clock in just to speed this game up. I'm not sure that Sullivan Clark's overly impressed by it, but he's also smart enough to adapt and move on. So just a bit of discussion there.
I don't mind it.
And it's going to become a feature, Jimmy, in time, isn't it? An established feature.
30 minutes, that's all right.
So 30 seconds. So that protocol might mean that they're going to get a 10-second call. They'll also have one 30-second extension, will they, Jimmy?
That's right, yep. They can call for an extension.
A minute after instead of 30 seconds.
So there comes out the stopwatch. It's not that this game's been played, the games of frames have been played slowly, it's just the fact that I think it's a bit of a tight race, isn't it?
Yeah, and also it all depends on where the balls end up, you know. It could be open, it could be like become a tactical battle. They could have a few more clusters than what you usually have. But once they start breaking really good, see, like this rack here is quite hard to run.
Yep, so now Grant Hewitt, you can see the urgency.
1-2 look okay. Just 3 to the 4 is the hard part.
You think 30 seconds is quick, but I do a bit of commentary in water polo and they've got a 30-second shot clock, and it's amazing actually what you can do in the time of 30 seconds. It's still, yeah, and that's the pressure that he's feeling now. And so Hayward won't be used to this. Sullivan Clark will be. Can he thread the needle here? Let's just see if we can go above the table and have a wee look. Oh, you can see it there actually. Yep, there we go.
I think he can swing it around that.
He can. And look, yeah, just look at that screw that he's going to put on that too. Just coming well and truly wide. Just screws it. Oh, just doesn't quite kiss it right. And opportunity opens up now for Hayward. He just needs to slow it down, Grant Hayward. Don't panic with the 30-second shot clock. Got plenty of time. Does comes back, maybe just a little bit, oh, too heavy, but he's might be okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad there. So what he'll do here is to sit the white ball behind the purple ball and send the blue ball around the table.
Okay, so he's going to go around the world.
Like so, send that 2 ball around the table and sit behind the purple was the shot.
And that, folks, is why they call Jimmy the Professor. It's not too much he doesn't get, not too much he doesn't read. Sullivan now changes the whole context of the game. So he's asking for his 30-second extension now. Now 1 per frame. Second shot clock will favour some players, sort of almost that discussion we had earlier, Jimmy, where you just got no time to overthink it, and so you've got to play maybe a little bit more intuitively, a little bit more on instinct.
Yes, that's right. You know, it just becomes a little bit quicker and natural. Just get down and hit it and know that it's going to go in. As Grant's doing now.
Yeah, nicely done from Hayward.
Is that a little bit too hard? Could be another stop shot here and send the 3 ball, hide behind the green ball.
And that is the difference between these guys and people that play at home. You celebrate just that one shot, but they'll measure a shot on what they've done with the cue ball and how they've set it up to join the dots. And that's not a bad get out of jail from Hayward, so not an easy scenario here for Sullivan Clark. Remember, he's taken a 30-second extension, so he's just got to get underway with it. Oh, kissed it nicely. Now, let's have a look at the cue ball here.
90-degree cut.
You've heard it from Jimmy. So what are we saying, Jimmy? 4 right bottom pocket or left? Right bottom pocket.
Like I said, Sullivan's more of a percentage man. If he doesn't think he can pot that, he'll rather play safe, like hiding behind the 5 ball or...
Which is not easy to do, which means, you know, a lot of people have that natural instinct to gamble, don't they? That's why casinos are so successful, and that's why so much money goes through them. And to have that ability to play safety like we're seeing here is a real discipline, and well done to him too for just taking that shot on.
So Grant will send that purple brown around the table now and try and sit in behind the green, maybe.
It's amazing when you watch those different game shows where, you know, the further you get through them and the money starts to increase, the risks get greater, but people still ride their luck. And that's just a real look at, I guess, the psychology of most people, not afraid to gamble.
Okay, this is what Sullivan was waiting for, this little opportunity.
Yep, done. Brings it back across the table.
Got a good angle here to get back onto the opposite side of the long rail. Once it gets on this long rail on the opposite side, he'll be right. All about weight here. Nice touch. Get back to where his hand is. Oh, he could be a bit short. No, he's good. He's good. He's good. He's good.
Oh, just slows up a little bit.
Wow.
Yep.
It's going to be close. He's having a close look.
Let's just see if we can go above the table again and just have a look at that. See if we can just...
Look at that. Might be just on.
So, we'll just see it from here. We'll watch it from here. Another interesting way. Just give you a really nice idea too. Just keep an eye on that cue ball in regards to where it kisses the green ball. Yeah, it gets it too. Nicely played from Sullivan Clark. Big shot under huge pressure. Is this the definitive shot? Was that the definitive shot that will see him win this contest? Because if he wins this, he goes out by 2. And that'll put Hewitt under huge pressure.
Yeah, and the draw's not looking really good for him. I think if he wins this one and Marco wins his one, they meet each other early.
Yes, mind you, Marco Toish has got a very, very tough quarter-final. Kieran Dempsey, and I think that game is already underway on the outside tables.
Nice little lip draw to get in position on the 9.
Runs it in. There it is. So 5 frames to 3 now. Moves to match point.
Yep, he's on the hill.
Sitting on the hill. What was the Led Zeppelin song? Going to California. Standing on the hill in the mountains of dreams. Telling myself it's not as hard as it seems. It's poetry, isn't it, Jimmy?
Yeah.
It's poetry. Okay, good break from Hewitt for the fact that he's made it difficult for Sullivan. Sullivan here surely want to play safety.
No, I think he's going to put the 2. Maybe he can put the 2 off this shot here. Just hits the edge of that yellow ball, Mark. That white ball's going to
Okay,
dribble.
my apologies. I just simply didn't see that up there in that corner.
Yeah, well,
So-
that's a shot to play.
Yep. So I just didn't pick that up.
If he puts this, he's got a good chance of running this rack and finishing it off. So this is a golden opportunity for Sullivan to finish the match here. Nice start, beautiful position. Stayed on the 1 ball. And good angle to get to the 3 ball. All the dots link up once he's potted this ball here. into it. Hey, oh, he ran into it, and it come out good. Come out smelling like roses. Looks like the 4 ball in the middle after this shot here. Yep. Ooh, 50-50, but he's okay, I'd say.
So Sullivan Clark maybe not at his best at the moment, but he's doing enough to get the job done. He'll want to probably be a little bit more precise if he comes up against Toysha. Rivalry that's beginning to develop, but you'd have to say Marco's probably had the measure of him in recent tournaments that we've had here from the Masse club in Pukekohe.
Watch out for the black. Oh no, a little bit unlucky here.
He has snookered himself.
How unlucky can that be? Okay, frozen ball, which means that 5 ball has to go to another rail, or the white ball will touch any rail. You can't just run up and touch it.
So he's asked for that 30-second extension. And so it's got to come off 2 rails. He's going to play at the table, play safety here. Or is he looking to try and put this in, Jimmy?
He's going to try to put it away. It's the only chance. He's going to hit it quite hard.
Oh, and he does. He manages to at least get himself out of the snooker, and he's got away with it.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a snooker out of it.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think it is.
Let's just go above the table and have a wee look here and just see if what sort of line there is between that cue ball.
Just by looking at Grant's face, it looks like Grant can just see the edge of it, but he can't pot it.
Yeah, great camera work.
Put up a great fight, Grant Hewitt. Oh no. Yeah, he got away with the in-off. And look at that, folks.
Yeah.
Not too bad a leave.
Sullivan has a wee smile. I think he can see the humour in it. It's tit for tat at the moment. I always wondered where tit for tat came from, Jimmy. Any idea?
No, I'm
it's
thinking...
Like you do something, I do something, we throw it back at each other.
Yeah.
So going really low on that ball, looking at that, so just controlling the cue ball there, and that was really the reason he went so low. Originally got right down on it, using that spin, and that's really nicely played again. And I think that Hewitt, does he have an opportunity here, Jimmy? Can he squeeze it past that 8 ball?
Yes, he can. That 5 ball's on. Golden opportunity. He's having a closer look, so it could be closer than I think it was. Yeah, I don't think he can pot it. Maybe, maybe not.
He got a little bit distracted by the 10-second call, so he's asked for the extension.
Refocus. It's good he came up, stopped what he was doing.
Touched the 7 ball, did he?
Not too sure what happened there. He may have.
Well, it's the only thing that could have happened. Let's just go back and have a look at the replay. Oh, no, we're not going to have a replay. Might just...
Nice shot.
Nice having a referee here too.
Okay, yeah, what did he do wrong? I think he...
Yeah, just touched it. Yeah, just touched it there as he came back. Yeah.
Yeah, he gave it up, so good sportsmanship there by Grant.
Oh, now Clark opened the door now. Hewitt will be thinking, I've got out of jail here. Made an unforced error on this exact ball, the 7, and how fortunes can change quickly. A player of this experience should be able to work this nicely. Nice position there on the cue ball. Just maybe get, no, happy with that.
That's perfect. Whoops. Travel a little bit. Need to go down a little bit more.
Runs
Nice
it.
shot,
Nicely
still got the
done from
eye.
Hewitt. And goes to 5 frames to 4, so it's still game on. So we now move to a 10th frame, but it's still in favour of Sullivan Clark. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour. This is the Counties Open, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. If you want to play on world-class tables, then get yourself to the Masse clubs across Auckland, down in Hawera and New Plymouth. And of course, if you're wanting to use the best equipment, we do encourage you look at the range of Predator cues, balls, cloth. And if you want a bit of tutelage, just Google Jimmy the Professor Henry.
Yeah, so the cloth they're playing on is the Arcadia cloth. Arcos 2 balls. The Arena lights. So they've all got their names starting with A there. So I don't know why they picked all of their products with the letter A first.
Oh, they've got a nice ring to them, Jimmy. I actually think it's great. Arcadia.
Arena,
Arcos.
Arcos, yeah. Apex table.
If it was New Zealand brand, you'd have the J range after Jimmy. The J table, the J ball, the JQ.
Okay, so after the break, directly after the break, Grant has an option of calling a push out. So he can send the white ball anywhere on the table. He can pot balls, he can do anything he likes. The incoming player has the option of either giving it back to him or playing it himself. So he's called a push out. So watch where he sends that white ball. Oh, I don't like that. That's a pretty easy pot for Mr. Clark. He'll definitely take this on. While he's playing the shot, he'll want to move that 9 ball if he can. Open that 4 ball up, because that's a problem ball. One good shot here could win him the game through a push out.
It's a hell of a shot though, Jimmy, surely. That's not an easy shot.
He's decided to play a better defensive shot.
You might have still opened the door here a little bit though for Hewitt. We'll go above the table and just have a look and see if we can just get an idea of where that cue ball is and the traffic that it needs to get through. Yeah, it's played it well, Sullivan. And he misses it, so foul shot.
Okay, that's one foul. Still got that 4 ball, the problem ball to open up. So let's see how he does it. Probably pot the 1 and move that 9. We go 1, 2, and hopefully get a good shot on the 3 ball to move it. Stop the ball there.
So this frame to move through to the semi-finals, where he'll take on.
Okay, so this is difficult part of the frame here is getting to that purple ball from here.
Nicely done from Sullivan Clark, so good so far, but this is one area of a game where he just wants to make sure that in these situations he can run this rack, that he has the ability to go through and not make just those little errors at times, which I think a lot of players early on in their careers can just be guilty of, and to play it. And I think
He had to go at that.
and that's what I do like about him. But you say that he can be very measured at times, but then there are times where you've got to have a got to be able to go to a plan B. And that was a good example of it. Now Hewitt, almost gets away with it.
Okay, here's a golden opportunity.
I think the 30-second shot clock's rattled Grant Hewitt a little bit. He just doesn't look as composed. He just feels a bit rushed. I wonder if it's just coming through in his game.
Okay, nice angle here to get to the 5 ball.
Oh, I missed it too. That is a big unforced error from Marco Toisha. Sullivan Clark, I should say. Getting the two great players confused. But might have got away with it. Let's have a look at what Hewitt does here. He's going to play defensive. He runs it down. He's going to put the cue ball down. So unlucky from Grant Hewitt. Really unlucky.
Yeah, that's an unlucky kiss there. So I need to double my bet up. It's definitely going to run this rack.
Jimmy.
Even though he's playing bad, a blind man could do this.
Well.
Nice shot. Get behind the 6 ball. Looks like pretty straightforward from here.
Yeah, this is the sort of stuff too, isn't it? These guys do a lot of training with, just scattering the balls on the table and then just looking to try and run the rack. And so really this is just a drill for Sullivan Clark, and this will take him to the semi-finals. We'll take on either Marco Toisha or Kieran Dempsey. So Sullivan Clark. And just like that, Sullivan Clark gets up and beats Grant Hewitt by 6 frames to 4. And Sullivan Clark will progress through to the semi-finals. Just the final thoughts of Jimmy, the Professor Henry.
Yeah, could have went anyway if Grant would have got that frame. It would have been the toss of the coin in the last one. But yeah, he made it home, so that's great. See, Sullivan go through. The winner will play Marco or Kieran Dempsey.
Well, don't go away, folks. We're back with more here on finals day of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour, the Counties Open, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe.
I like the SP2 because, one, the wrap goes all the way down. The design is elegant. It's not too much, it's not too little. You know, color scheme looks really nice. and then the 12-9 Revo just fits on there perfect. So to actually go through the process and see how every shaft is made and how they can tweak it this way or tweak it that way, so the process is incredible, and just being able to understand it and have trust that it's made the right way, and you know it's formed this way every single time when you need it. It's like having a little coach on your shoulder while you're playing.
From the Masse club in Pukekohe, it is another quarter-final in the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour, the Counties Open. We've got Chris Bowman up against Tone Ewan, and it will be Ewan who will decide whether he wants to break or allow Chris Bowman the break. We've just had a very good match being played between Sullivan Clark, who ended up winning that over one of the veterans, and Mr. Hewitt. He ended up winning that game by 6 frames to 4. And so, table just being racked, and a new change to 9-ball. So the dot in the middle of that magic rack is now in the middle of the magic rack. It used to be where you'd position the 1 ball. It's now where you position the 9 ball. So that's been a shift. So that rack has just come a little bit further forward, meaning that it makes it very difficult for those outside balls, what are known as the wing balls, to automatically go down. So it's a new change to the game that's designed to prevent players from pretty much running through a rack from the break. But the good ones can put that 1 ball into that middle pocket, which we just seen narrowly missed there from Tone Nugent. And joining me in commentary, of course, the man they simply call the Professor, Jimmy Henry. Well, Jimmy, seen a bit of Chris Bowman, haven't seen a lot of Tone Nugent, and this should be an absolute beauty.
Yes, Tone Ewan. A lot of people know Tone Ewan in the pool scene. One of the proprietors or owners of Pool and Blues, and the one that, you know, does a lot for pool over the North Shore area. So if you want to learn how to play pool, go to his room called Pool and Blues.
Based in Browns Bay, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
And so good start here from Chris Bowman. He's a quick player, Bowman, under the 30-second shot clock. It won't affect him. He seems pretty happy. Again, he's a pretty open stance. A little bit more of a field type player is my sort of initial feeling on him.
Yeah, very good, well experienced player, Chris Bowman. He's been around for a few years, won a few national titles. Former New Zealand 9-ball champion as well.
And looking to run that. Oh, does he? Gravity goes his way, but let's just have a look though. What's it left him? Can he work his way out of this?
It's left him pretty good. Nice touch, beautiful.
And so we've seen Masse and the NZPA combined forces come together as one organisation now, and so this is really a nice opportunity for players to start playing each other on a more regular basis. Maybe they haven't played as much because there has been the 2 factions in the past. So a little bit of an unknown quantity at times for some of the matchups that we are going to see.
Yep, nice 7. Pretty good position. A little bit too hard, but okay.
Good chance here. Great start for Bowman if he can get away with this one. I mean, he maybe doesn't bring the reputation of, say, a Sullivan Clark or a... Oh, just a commentator's curse. I was going to say Sullivan Clark as a Marco Toisha, but certainly getting off to a great start, but he's opened the door here. Expect Tone Nugent to run through here.
Yeah, the brown ball he hit a little bit too hard and just got a bad angle on the 8 ball. Got a cut thinner than he would have liked. Would need to be a little bit straighter, but anyway, he'll just drop that and move to the next game if he loses this game. It's the thing with pool, you can't afford to carry that bad luggage around. If you miss a shot, let it go.
Well, it's the same in all sport, isn't it? But easier said than done. Younger players probably struggle a bit more with it. You see it in cricket a lot too, when you drop a catch and you've got to put it behind you. And it's sort of living there rent-free inside your head, isn't it?
That's right, yep.
And so does Tone Ewan, who takes the first frame in the race to 6 in this quarterfinal. But good start from Chris Bowman, showing certainly enough form that he knows that he's good enough. I just wonder, I haven't seen a lot of players, Jimmy, run a rack, so I just wonder whether it's almost in your best advantage to not be at the table too early.
Yeah, well, you know, that could play on his mind, or he could take off from that and just let it go. But yeah, that'll be still on his mind. He had the frame there for the take-in. Another guy that come for the muffins. Didn't want to sleep in my bed. Well-experienced campaigner, an 8 ball. Both started our pool careers in the same area. Played in some good teams together.
Yeah, it's a small community at the highest level, so everyone does know each other very well, but it's always a sport that's played with such sportsmanship. There's always a really nice sort of decorum about it. No one tends to throw the toys too much. Mind you, I just wonder whether the sport needs a John McEnroe at times. Break a few cues, break a few tables, a few red cards.
Well, there is one in the world. And that guy is Earl Strickland. He's broken a few cues and done all that sort of carry on.
But I guarantee everyone knows him too.
Oh, definitely, mate. He's a famous name in world of billiards, world of pool.
Yeah, I sometimes like to see emotion. You know, I like to see people wearing, because it is a game, isn't it? It's like tennis where sometimes you beat yourself. There's unforced errors.
Yes.
And that can be really frustrating. That can be hard. You don't mind getting outgunned by somebody, but when you
Give it away and lose yourself.
when you're beating yourself up, you can understand why you start to get set in golf a lot as well.
Yeah, sometimes when you get that carry on too, it's just the expectations. You know, they like Lance, Ronnie O'Sullivan, sorry.
Yeah, well, Ronnie
Another-
O'Sullivan's a great example of a guy
Yeah.
with emotion. Sport needs it, though. You know, I do think tennis was a better product when you had the Johnny McEnroes and the Jimmy Connors and the Eli Anastasis and the guys who just wore their heart on their sleeve. And, you know, it was never more popular.
Definitely, I love watching that part of the game, you know, where you knew they were going to get upset sooner or later. You were just waiting for it, and it did happen quite a lot.
So Chris Bowman here, a little bit of hit and miss, and he takes his medicine, and he might be okay here. He's done well, and so it's going to be done okay. I'm not sure that Tone Ewan has a channel.
Yeah, here's a channel, and that channel is the jump cue.
Okay, so the jump cue will come out. It's great to see the jump cue when it's executed. It is one of the best things you can see in sport. Sort of what I call box office. You can see just the shorter cue, getting down on top of the ball. Gets over it. Gets away with it. Prevents the snooker. And now it's a bit of hit and hope, and done brilliantly.
Yeah, sort of messy frame, this frame.
So it's now Chris Bowman. So he's asked for the 30-second extension, one a frame. He'll get the 10-second call shortly, which will throw him if he's not careful. And just a little bit of hit and hope. So what will happen here is we'll certainly see Tone Ewan come to the table. He'll have to, will he pocket that one ball, Jimmy, or is he going to look to try and play safety here himself?
Definitely pocket the one ball. Just hold the white ball. Watch how less the white ball, he might go across the table and back out to the middle, as he does.
Yeah, it goes across the table, as Jimmy says. That's what they call Jimmy the professor. He can read it like a book.
Okay, 2 ball, maybe off the 8 ball. Run that in. Run it in at a nice pace.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And now 3, then a back across to the purple, 4, 5 orange, 6 green, brown, 7, game over. Black 8 though, just sitting there in a precarious position at the other end of the table.
And as you see, Mark, that's brown ball, 7 before the 8. Looks quite easy to get himself to the 8 ball. Nice shot, perfect. Good angle on the 4 in the middle, 5 in the same pocket, maybe.
So this is what they do. It's not just a shot in front of them. They're thinking 2, 3 shots ahead. It's all about control of the cue ball. A little bit of a Chinese snooker, is it? No. What we mean by that is that sometimes you've got to bring your cue over the top of another ball to be able to play the cue ball.
It's a nice soft touch.
Nicely done.
Beautiful.
And now he has the green 6.
Yeah, just follow this through a natural angle to get back behind the brown ball. And then all the shots after that link up.
They're just going to run this cue ball down.
Yep.
So he will just play this with...
Just make sure he pots the ball, that's all he has to do. And he's got the perfect angle to get from the 8 ball to the 9 ball. So hitting that 8 ball, edge of the 8 ball, is going to carry him up to the 9 ball.
He's pretty happy. He looks good. So this go out to a 2 frames to nothing lead over Chris Bowman. And Tone Ewan Does it that quickly, does it that simply. Really nicely played back into that frame from the man from Browns Bay. And so it is Newen who leads by 2 frames to nothing. Chris Bowman not looking overly concerned at the moment. He's an experienced campaigner. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on finals day of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour, brought to you in association with the NZPA and Masse. The venue is the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Mark Watson alongside of me, the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry.
That was a nice clean finish by Toe Nugent. Son Henry is under his belt and he plays very good too. Father like son. Or is it son like father? What is it, Mark? Son like father? No. Father like son.
Like father, like son, Jimmy.
Like father, like son. That's the one. Thank you.
If you've got a question, just text it to us. We know everything. We'll certainly discuss it. We're happy to talk about it.
I think we get flooded with questions now, Mark.
I know, Jimmy. I mean, I'd be that phone a friend on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Yeah. Who are you going to phone? I'm going to phone the Professor.
Okay, he's got the jump cue out. He has the option of calling a push out, but he's going for it.
Okay, so the target ball is the 2 ball, and he's going to go with the, he's asked for the 30-second extension early. And he doesn't do it, so that's the foul committed. Just didn't get over the top of it. And
so the balls look like in good position here, Mark. So does a 2-9 combination. What do you do?
I go the 2-9 combination, take the chance. He's a gambler. I think he's going to go the 2-9, isn't he?
Make it fast and quick and fast. There you go.
Oh, and now there is a real chance for somebody to still put that 9 ball in before having to run the rest of the rack, because it's just sitting there precariously on the edge. Gravity doesn't go his way. We've talked about Isaac Newton in the past, haven't we, Jimmy?
Definitely, yeah.
So don't bother asking us questions about Isaac. We can tell you all about gravity and the apple falling from the tree.
Okay, is he going to screw the white ball back onto that 9 or try and put the 4?
Oh, looked for it too. Love the intent. Love the idea there. That was brilliant from Tone Hewitt. He thought, I'm going to try and end this early. And almost kisses that 9 in.
Okay, Chris got a golden opportunity here. He can make the white ball pot that 9, but just got to be careful the white ball doesn't follow the 9 in if he hits a 2 flush.
So he's just going to take a little bit of the edge off it.
Screw into it.
Let's have a look here.
There you go. Oh, he's missed it.
Oh, he missed it. And the 2 ball, does it go down? It does. He gets away with 1 because flukes count. So he's still in the contest. I tell you what, he wouldn't have not wanted that not to go down.
Okay, 3rd time lucky. He might have another chance here too. He also has the opportunity to run the rack in order.
So if he's to pop this 9 ball, what's he doing with the cue ball here, Jimmy? He's not going to take the shot, is he?
No, he's going for the run the rack.
Oh, he missed it, comes across. Is he going to get it? He's going to get it. I think he's going to get it. He gets it. And just like that, 2 frames to 1, Chris Bowman gets himself out of jail. And it was always sitting there, wasn't it? And look at this. There you go.
Trick shot.
Lady Luck shines on Chris Bowman. Suddenly it's 2 frames to 1.
That was a weird frame, that one. Twice he had to go at the apple. Twice he missed. And then when he didn't have a go, he got it.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, what makes 9-ball so popular, that even, certainly not saying in the context of this game, but a player like myself would be much lesser player. You still, on that odd occasion, have a chance, don't you, because
Definitely.
of that whole fluke thing and because of the fact that you just need to pocket that 9-ball. And unlike 8-ball, you just don't have the traffic on the table, so there's often a few more opportunities for it to happen. So the magic rack being removed. So there you can see that little dot just in front of the 9-ball. That used to be where you'd place the 1-ball in the rack for the break. But they've brought it forward now, and it's the cue ball that sits on, that's the 9-ball that sits on that, thus making it more difficult to sink more than 1 ball from the break. Oh, he missed it. That is uncharacteristic from Tone Eugen. He won't be happy with that. But again, I guess for people at home, maybe they feel a little bit better when us amateurs do that and miss, thinking, well, the best players can do it at the best of times as well. That's the thing I love about sport, is that the emotions you go through as a social competitor are often still the same emotions the elite athletes go through.
Yeah, nice shot on the 1-ball to get to the 2-ball. Perfect line. Just sitting behind that 3-ball. Nothing too flash. Nice angle here to pot that 3-ball. Get to the purple ball, maybe in the middle. Concentrate only on the pot.
He just runs that up nicely, doesn't he? It's really nicely played. Comes back now for that purple 4-ball. And then it's the 5. So he just needs to join the dots. Chris Bowman up against Tone Ewan.
Still a little bit work here to do. Nice touch. Good side of the 5 too to get to the 6. The 7 to the 8 is going to be the trick. It looks pretty easy if he gets the right angle on the 7. So these 2 next balls should be fairly straightforward. Nice angle. Okay, this is the key here. Get that right angle on that 7 to get to the 8-ball. He wants to be in the middle of the table if possible. Okay, he's got a little bit of a tough angle here. He has to do something special with the white ball. That's a great shot. Great recovery shot. He's got angle here so he can play the 9 in the same pocket if he wishes. Plays that to perfection. Beautiful clearance by Chris Bowman.
And now to come back and to take it up to 2 frames each. So this is good from Bowman. And he just rolls that in, and just like that, 2 each. So game on. Tone Ewan really sort of set the tone for that game when he just missed that 1-ball right from the start in that uncharacteristic error. And at this level, you just can't afford to be doing that, not against the experienced head of Chris Bowman.
That's right, yep. Make sure those easy pots, they might look easy.
So there we go. That is that. So normally that 1-ball last year, you would have seen the 1-ball at the top of that diamond. You would have seen where the position where the 9-ball in the middle is, and the balls would have all come back a couple more inches. And that has been that change, and 8-ball goes down. So good break from Tone Ewan. But let's just have a look at the spread here on the table. So that 1-ball, not where he really wants it. Then he's got to come back for the 2, Jimmy. So talk us through that.
Yeah, well, if you can't play the shot, you know, look for another option of running the white ball and the...
Yeah, and he's got a nice little wall down here, hasn't he? With
Yes,
the brown
to hide behind, yeah.
with the brown 7 and the green 6 and the 9, he can run that white ball down behind that.
He tries to.
And pushes that one across the far side, and
Oh, look at that, right
yeah,
through the gap.
that is beautifully
Perfect.
done from Tone Hewitt. And that is just quality, that is class. Most people at home would have just attempted the one. But that's what these guys do. They look at where the shield is and say, right, I want to get behind the shield, but I also want to move my opponent, my object ball around. And now, big opportunity here for Chris Bowman. We'll just see if we can go above the table and have a look at his options. Oh, he goes for the jump cue. And he does hit the object ball. Doesn't put it down and does get away with it. So we'll just see if we can go above the table and now just have a look.
Yeah, I think...
Okay, just having a bit of difficulty trying to get it. So
okay, there's a gap there. There's a gap there. Just looking for the plant from the yellow ball to the plant on the purple ball. Any luck? No luck at all.
pretty messy start to the frame.
Yeah, this is going to be a messy frame, I'd say.
Yeah, nobody's really sort of settled down. The balls just haven't sort of fallen. And so it's just about having to look to it, breaking up that 4 and 5 ball at some point. And again, both playing safety. Not the best safety shot from Chris Bowman.
No, he's left it on. He's left Tony an opportunity.
Oh, and he misses the opportunity, but again, he's brought it right back down to the far end of the table, and he's got a shield of balls possibly in front of it. Looks like there is, though, a channel, so it is an opportunity for Bowman. Can he squeeze it past that red ball? Can he get it past that 3 ball?
He might be able to just get it past. There is a line there. He's going to jack up, so that means he's going to swerve around it.
Oh, well, he gets away with, doesn't snooker himself, but not a great shot. And now is this the opportunity? Still got that 4 and the 5 sitting there on the table. But this is the chance now to potentially go on a run. Looking at the table here, Jimmy, I'll get you to comment in a minute. Does he need to move the 4 and 5 at any point?
Yeah, well, he needs to get to the red ball, the 3 ball. So I think this angle here he's got on the 2 will take him naturally behind it. So once he puts his 2, he's automatically going to be behind that red ball. So just concentrate on the pot. Just got to be careful of that 9 ball getting in the way. Oh, he's kissed into it. What a great shot. That's even better. Nice shot. This could be a match-winning shot. Beautiful. Held the white ball really nicely there. He might want to screw around behind the green ball if he wants. As you see, back behind the green ball. Beautiful.
Yeah, nicely played by Tone. It was just a simple case here, wasn't it, of just somebody blinking. That one shot that was going to allow the table to open it up, and now we have seen the table opened up.
Yeah.
And that's much better, playing with real confidence.
Nice punch out to the middle, perfect. Kate, if you want to put that brown ball in the middle, I'd stay away from that middle pocket. Try and get up into one of the corner pockets. Follow through and back up. Yep, as you see, perfect.
Yeah, nicely
Picture
done here.
perfect.
2 shots away to take this to 3 frames to 2 and put the pressure back on Bowman.
Make sure the pot naturally is going to go to the perfect position, straight in line with the 9.
So he's going to play the rail. Great weight. No.
Yeah, that's
Perfect weight,
yeah.
perfect weight. So now just the 9 to go to 3 frames to 2. Tone Hewitt, a very, very good back end of this frame.
Yeah, just stay still, put the ball.
And he does put it down, and just like that, 3 frames to 2.
So do you play much golf, Mark?
Oh, look, I live out at Muriwai, which is famous for its golf course, but I'm good for 9, mate, but I don't really have the patience.
Yep. You need patience in that game.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those games, Jimmy. It's a little addictive, isn't it? And so, but it's a game you probably never master.
Yeah,
You just end up spending a lot of time to try and get better at it. Time I don't have, and I don't want to be going, I need to get out on the golf course, because I know that even playing 9 holes is going to be 2 to 3 hours, no my luck. But so, look, I go out for a bit of a bash, Jimmy, with the odd friend out at Muriwai, play 9 holes occasionally. What about yourself?
No, I've never played, but a lot of people say this is a similar game to this. You must keep still, the head still, everything like that.
Oh, look, there's a lot of sports where it is about, it's about
keeping the head still.
Well, there's little things where if you get the first part of maybe the swing wrong or your stance, then that affects everything else.
Yes.
And so it's all about in a succinct order, and you get one little piece of the puzzle out of order and everything else falls apart. Swimming's very much the same as golf. Swimming's a very technique-based sport, a very taught sport, they call it. And there's so many little subtleties. And so yeah, but I think a lot of sports at the highest level that, hand-eye and stuff, a lot of it comes down to technique, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah.
It's all about being balanced, but yeah. And I think there are some sports, and that he'll be disappointed with that, Tone Hewitt, but he's got away with it. But I think there's always, I guess, that what they call orthodox and that technique, which is fairly generic. But then there are some sports where I think you can make adjustments based on your own body type, and you can still be very economical.
Okay.
So you will see some sports where some will just look a little bit more unorthodox. Some players or participants might look a little bit more unorthodox than others, but are still very effective. But cue sports, I mean, you've said it. You see players here that go a lot lower down on the cue with their chin. Others tend to have a bit more of an open stance. You've seen players when that come through and that follow through, you see the tip of the cue moving just a little bit. Others as well, it's as straight as an arrow.
Yep.
So 30-second extension. He's going to bring out the jump cue.
Yep, he's bringing out the jump cue.
He's got a good understanding of 30 seconds too. He knows it's considerable time, so he's not going to think. He just doesn't want to get that 10-second call when he's about to play the shot. So he'll hear it, he'll still know he's got time. Gets over it.
Another messy frame, this frame.
Yeah. That's why that 30-second shot clock's good. It's good from a spectator point of view as well. So Tone Hewitt now will
nice shot by Tone. He knew what to play. He wanted to sit on top of that green ball. The closer it is to the green ball, the harder it is for Chris to get out. No room for movement. Sitting on top of the green.
He played that casually, didn't he? Played that very casually. Maybe just a bit too casual.
Okay, golden opportunity arises here for Tone Hewitt.
Yeah, he'll get that 2-frame buffer if he can win this. But he's still got a lot to do. I just haven't seen enough from either player to be convinced that they can run a rack at this point.
Tony's capable of doing it. I've seen many matches of his.
Yeah. Oh.
Former New Zealand champ as well.
Oh, like I say, I think they're both all capable. It's whether, they're bringing that game to the to this tournament or to this particular game. As we said, you know, suddenly you're under the bright lights, you're on the television table, you're getting critiqued by the professor. There's a lot of things that can be just a little bit off-putting.
Okay, here's the shot here that will win him the frame. Draw back towards that black ball. Wonder why he looked through that gap. It's going to run forward.
Oh, missed it. Now, oh, does he get the fluke? He gets the fluke, so he falls down. But boy, look at the shots that he's now got in front of him. So he's got away with it. But does he have the ability now to play that that 5 ball? And he's got to get to that 4 ball first. He's going to play defensively here. Let's have a look. Can he thread the needle?
That's a nice shot. Okay, jump cue out again. Seen quite a few jump shots in this game. Alone.
Yeah, big one. This is from distance too. Just doesn't look convincing there, but just never really looked like he was over the top of it, did he?
Okay, a nice open table here.
So can he run it now? Can he run it now? You'd like to think a player of this class and quality can. He's going to need to show that sort of form if he wants to win this tournament, because he's going to have to come up against more likely Sullivan Clark or Marco Teuscher at some point. And they won't. Teuscher particularly.
Nice shot.
Won't.
Nice touch. Stop the white ball there, anywhere in that area. Okay, a little punch into the rail and come back to the middle. Watch a little bit of spin he puts on that. Get it closer to the 8 ball. There you go, perfect.
So now 2 shots away, 2 pots away from going to 4 frames to 2 over the veteran, Chris Bowman.
Run forward and back down. Okay, he's got enough on that. He's got left himself a long shot, but still makeable. Play off his calibre.
Yeah, he'd be wanting a bit more out of that, wouldn't he, Jimmy? But
that's good enough. Watch how still he plays.
You're just watching that follow through.
Nice, yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, beautifully done. So it's Tone Hewitt who goes to 4 frames to 2 in the race to 6. Don't go away. We are live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe in association with the NZPA. This is the Counties Open, the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour underway. Further tournaments right around the country, including places like Dunedin. And so Tone Hewitt gets the 7th frame underway. Nice spread on the table. So Chris Bowman will come to the table. So looking at that, Jimmy.
He hasn't come to the table for very much, has he? You know, he hasn't got his flow going.
No, he hasn't got an easy first up shot either here. So does he look to try and play safety?
He's caught a push out.
Okay, he's caught a push out. So this can only be done off that first shot after the break. And so he plays the shot, then it comes up to Tone Hewitt and he decides whether he wants to play it or throw it back on Chris Bowman. So you've got to be a little bit careful whether you're too clever or not. Because you might have to come back and play it.
Yeah, he's got a double shot here. He can double the 1 back and kick the 5 in. So he's got 2 chances here.
So just have a look at that placement.
No, he's gone for safety.
And he's decided
Nice
to bring it
safety
back
shot.
down the
What a
table.
great shot.
That is a great shot. Snooker
Yeah.
now behind the 9 ball. Brilliant, brilliant. And even if he is to get that 1 ball, there's not a lot of options. It's a little bit of hit and hope. So what does Bowman do? Does he just maybe give the foul away?
Yeah, he can do that. It won't really affect. Oh, that's a great shot.
That's a great shot. Boy, he didn't even really line that up, did he? That just went almost pure gut feeling and experience.
That's right. Yep, that's what it comes down to, a lot of these shots.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's like a lot of sports, isn't it? Some days you just get up there and you just got a feel and you can just see it.
Yeah.
And then other days you can't see it and you've got to step away and you've got to work it a little bit harder. You asked me earlier if I play golf. Well, I actually play my best shots in golf when I just don't think about it.
Yes.
And it's still average golf, though. Oh, played it, missed it. So, the foul. So, opportunity here for Chris Bowman.
Yeah, the table's looking pretty good. Just, yeah, I can see the 6 to the 7 a little bit hard, but everything else looks...
So the 6 is the green, the 7 is the brown, and that's how far ahead they are looking. It sounds strange, but they are looking that far ahead. And that'll be where they're saying, right, okay, how am I going to get across there? Can I move it at any point? Can I make the scenario slightly better? Some cases, yes. Some cases, probably like this one, they probably can't do too much other than just play where they are positioned. And so he brings that back up.
Yeah, he's made it hard for himself. He
Yeah,
just,
strange shot, wasn't it?
well, he didn't leave himself the right angle on the 2 to get to the red. The last shot to get to this red ball. Not a bad leave. Tony's got to find a pocket for that 3 ball and then get back to the purple ball. So it's quite hard. So he'll probably look for a safety here, Mark.
Experienced player, Tone Ewan. He is experienced. Has he asked for the extension? He's under 30-second. He has asked for the extension, so 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, real important shot here. Like I say, he can't find a track to that purple ball.
Thing is, I haven't seen enough consistency from Chris Bowman that if this goes a little array that he necessarily needs to wave the white flag.
Okay, Tone just making distance, which is the next best after a safety, or after snooker, I should say. Make distance. The pot is on. He's going to go for it. No, he's going for some sort of safety here. Oh, he's left the door open.
He has left the door open. So, chance here now for Tone Ewan to thread the needle and to set himself up. So, 3 ball back to the 4, then up the table to that orange 5 ball. But as you've mentioned, the 6 and the 7 precariously placed at opposite ends of the table. And that will be the challenge. So, he'll look to run this up. Has he done enough? Has he done enough? Is there enough weight on that, Jimmy? There is. So nice line through to the 5 ball. He's going to come over the top though. Bit of a Chinese snooker here.
Oh, look at this. Oh, he got away with it. Okay, so he needs to put some pace into the screen ball to get back up table. He doesn't want to just sit down there and take the long brown ball.
Yeah, this is what you talked about early on in the frame. This was going to be whoever found themselves on the 6 was going to have a difficult job in terms of the 6 and the 7. So let's see what he does do. He's got to pop the ball first, which he does do. Good weight on it. Great shot by the looks of it. Great shot. Enough weight. Good enough. Good enough.
Good, yeah. Pot the ball and let the white ball go again. Let it run rampant.
Oh, sits there. He's opened the door. And now Chris Bowman has a pretty simple task ahead of him.
7 ball deep into the pocket, so quite hard to get position off that. If he hits the edge of the 7, it's going to hit that little jaw in there.
Yeah, not too. Got to control the weight here on the cue ball. That's going to be key. Decides to play it with a little
no.
bit of weight. Brings it down as he snookered himself.
No, he's all right.
Might have got away with that. Nice use of the cue ball in terms of that spin that he put on it. And he gets rid of one. And now comes back to take this to 4 games to 3. And Tone Hewitt realised that an opportunity was missed. And so Chris Bowman just needs to pop this 9, and he does. And just like that, we go to 4 frames to 3, so we'll go to an 8th frame. Will we? There's been some messy frames, hasn't there, Jimmy? It just,
Yeah.
the right from the breaks, really. I mean, not so much necessarily the fault of the players. It's just been, you know, sometimes it's just where the cards fall, and both players
That's
are
right.
sport to play a little bit defensively and early on. And both players really are just sitting back waiting for the other to make a mistake, rather than maybe one player taking the initiative early on.
Yeah, and Tone did make that mistake, didn't he? A little bit harder on the green ball. Would have got him better angle on the brown ball. But he ended up pretty flush in line, so he had to do a sort of 90-degree cut. For Mr. Bowman to break. So Chris has had a lot of experience overseas. He's been over there, well, I'd say about 10 times to Vegas. Playing the World VNEA Championships.
Yeah, this be a really great performance from Bowman if he could get over Tone Hewitt here. I think Hewitt probably comes in as probably the higher seed, if you could use that word. You know. So
Yeah, Tony with a lot of experience. He's been in a lot of finals.
brings out the jigger, the moose head, or what we call the caribou. And if you're not sure what a caribou is, think of Santa Claus and think of Rudolph. Now, shot coming, and just plays safety.
Yeah, tried to sit behind the brown ball. That didn't work. So another opportunity here for Chris to get that first ball and get some sort of rhythm going. And you do need rhythm at this stage of the tournament. Need to start running balls. A shot like that's not really good for the mental state of your game.
No, it's not, and that's it, isn't it? We talk about, you know, not allowing shots like that to sort of live rent-free inside your head. You just want to make sure that you can be able to block those out. And
Nice touch by Tony. Perfect line. Blue to the red ball. Straight forward. Okay, he wants to get close to this purple ball. He doesn't want to take a long shot. Wants to be somewhere around the middle.
a key moment now in this frame for Hewitt.
Beautiful, beautiful position. Nice. Straight shot on the 4 ball.
Yeah, can't afford to miss now, because if he misses, he'll open it up for Bowman. And so he's got to be at his best.
Straight down the table, back up towards the 9 ball.
And so there's one.
There you go, perfect, perfect.
There's one.
Okay, everything should be straightforward from here, Mark. Even you could finish this off.
Oh, Jimmy, you're too kind. I've got a sneaking feeling, my friend, I would confuse ability with ambition. And he missed it, because you put the damn commentator's curse on him, Jimmy. I've talked so often about the commentator's curse, Jimmy. You just keep doing it. You need to go up and you need to apologise to Tone Hewitt at the end of this. You do not say things like that, Jimmy.
Well, he knows that was in the bag there.
Yeah, but Jimmy, you cursed him.
Jeez, you can't afford to miss shots like that. It costs you the match. That one shot, he could have been 5-3 up with, you know, on the hill.
And now it's 4-all.
He suppose that's the one that got away. That could cost them the match. To stop the white ball there. Nice positive shot. Kaboom.
Oh, I missed it. And now, Ewan, we just talked about shots that you can't afford to miss. That was one of them. And so Tone Ewan, who really let Chris Bowman back in, but he set the alarms off, and now Tone Ewan gets a second life at a crucial point in this game. And is that the shot that's going to cost Chris Bowman a place in the semi-finals? He runs it up the table, pockets it. Nicely done, and now just the 9 ball to go to 5 frames to 3, and he will be on top of the hill. And he'll stand on top of the hill. He'll be asking himself,
Yeah, that was a real uncharacteristic mistake there by Chris.
standing on the hill, the mountains of dreams, telling himself it's not as hard as it seems.
Should have put that one away.
Now we will go to the 9th frame. Tone Ewan, match point. Chris Bowman, some work to do. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour in association with NZPA, New Zealand Pool Association. Predator, lovely to have them on board with the Predator Arcos balls, the Predator Arcadia cloth, the Predator Apex tables.
Okay, Tone to break.
So Tone Ewan, can he put that one ball in that top middle pocket? And he can't, but
So
he does sink. What went down? Something went down, didn't it?
Yes, it did. The purple ball.
So the 4 ball, 4 ball's gone. And now let's have a look at the spread. It's still an ugly spread. He's probably snookered himself on that 1 ball. So can he push out from here, Jimmy?
Yes, he can.
So he's allowed to push out as well. So the first shot after the break, you get the option. You've got to play something, but you can then decide. You can say push out, so you play the shot, and then it's really up to your opponent whether they want to then go to the table and play it or throw it back on you. And what's the rationale behind it, Jimmy?
Well, like you say, after the break, anything can happen. Like here, he snookered himself, so that's why they've brought that rule in.
It's a good rule, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely,
Yeah.
It had to be brought in.
Yeah, you don't want to be.
Yeah.
You don't want to necessarily. Yeah, you probably needed the opportunity to be rewarded.
So
And
it's caught a push out. Look, he's going to pot this too. And play safe. That's a good shot. Good thinking. Take away that 2 ball that could get him to the 3 ball. Now he has to get from the 1 to the 3. And if the 9 was over the pocket mark, he could still pot the 9.
Yeah, just go back and explain that rule. So why then didn't he play the 1 ball?
Because he was snookered, he couldn't see. Straight after the break, you get the option
Right.
of a push out, even if I can see the 1.
So
I
you
can
off
still
the push out, you can sink a ball.
Yes, I could pot the 9 ball. If
Okay.
I see if it's over the pocket and, they've got a good chance of
Okay.
potting it, I can pot it. That's the only rule
No,
after
I
the
wasn't.
break.
I wasn't sure whether or not you're actually allowed to sink a ball or just simply play anywhere, just to because you simply
Great
can't
shot.
see the second shot. So that's a fascinating rule. But of course, then you do sit down and your opponent comes to the table. Another messy frame though here, but Chris Bowman's going to need to be at his absolute best because he is in a world of trouble. Trails by 2 in the race to 6.
Okay, he uses the dart shot here, like a dart, to hop over that 7 ball. There you go. That was a bit unlucky. So just looking at the set out here, Mark, it's quite hard to run this rack. Be one of the harder racks to run today. But Tony, Tone can do this.
Yeah, but if he's going to do it, he's got to see it through. The last thing he wants to be doing is getting through 95% of it, and that's been one thing that we've probably seen today. Players have been just guilty of just not being able to complete it, and it's been some sort of fundamental errors at times or unforced errors. So, key moment. Big moment in the game. Nicely potted. Now, where is he? How is he positioned? Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good, all right. Especially to bring that green ball off the rail a bit.
Yep.
And the winner of this match plays Jono McDowell Paquito.
Yeah, so Sullivan Clark waiting for the winner of Marco Toisha.
Nice shot by Tone. Nice draw shot with a bit of spin to get him back to the middle. Just another draw shot here. Deep screw. Get him straight on the, watch out for the 8 ball. Wow.
Okay, let's just, I'm not
that's
sure if we
good.
can go above the table. If we can go above the table, wouldn't mind just having a look at the,
Yeah, I think he's on.
he's on. Yeah. So he thinks, look at that, just going high on that cue ball. So that where you position the tip on that cue ball determines ultimately what the cue ball does in terms of its spin, whether it skews to the left, the right, whether you draw the ball back or not. And so here, you'll probably you can just see where he wants to put the cue ball there. So he'll just bring it back a little bit.
I'll follow it down for the 9 ball in the middle mark. It's probably the easier way.
Okay, there you go. So no spin at all on that. Didn't go low on the cue ball. Just allowed it to follow through naturally.
Yeah,
And
naturally, yeah.
so there you go. That is the call from Jimmy. That's why they call him the professor. And there you go. Just like that, Tone Ewan wins this one by 6 frames to 3 and progresses through to the semi-final. Gets over Chris Bowman. And a good display of 9 ball live here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. So it is Tone Ewan who moves through to the semi-finals, but congratulations to Chris Bowman for reaching the quarterfinals. Back with more shortly, live here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to the Masse Club here in Pukekohe for the first round of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour in association with the NZPA. This is the Counties Open and it is semi-finals time. Joining me in commentary, the great man himself, Jimmy the Professor Henry. Jimmy, let's talk about our two semi-finalists.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, Tone Nugent, as you just saw in the last match, he plays a really good, strong game. And the other player is Jono McDowell-Paquito.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about Jono McDowell-Paquito, because it's his first time on the television table. Where's he from?
Yeah, he's from West Auckland. Plenty of experience, plenty of overseas experience as well. So, you know, he doesn't come in here green.
Yeah, a good sportsman in his own right, I understand, outside of here as well.
There he is there, and any one of these players can win. The key to winning is getting that good start.
And the winner of this will take on the winner of the Marco Toysha Sullivan Clark semi-final, which should be an absolute cracker. Two players that have somehow found themselves on the same side of the draw. Normally two guys that we often see in the finals, arguably the two best players in New Zealand, but it'll be certainly a very different final when it is played. So will it be Tone Nugent or will it be Jono McDowell-Paquito? And so they'll come to the table and do what they traditionally call a lag, and that's just simply playing the ball down one end of the table, bringing it back up, and it's closest to the cushion at the right end of your screen, so closest to the area they break from. And so it's all about getting the weight right. Paquito looks like he's probably got this one, but then I put the commentator's curse on him.
Yeah, and I'd like to just say congratulations to all those people that played yesterday. A long day, but we're still ironing out a few things. You know, it's the first tournament that we've held together as both, you know, different identities, and hopefully next time we'll get it right. You know, 12 hours of long playing is pretty hard.
Yeah, that's right, and I think most people understand that as long as you keep the communication open, that there are going to be some teething issues when organisations come together, so possibly the credibility of the NZPA, the resource and financial resource of the Masse Club, and it's a small country, and so Q Sport's doing the right thing and combining forces, and it's got to be better for the sport. And already, from my personal point of view, seeing a number of players here that I haven't seen before, that I'm not familiar with, and we want the best players playing each other on a regular basis. So here goes Jono McDowell-Paquito. And immediately, I like him. He's just a beautifully balanced player. I don't think he'll be too worried at the moment with that shot, because if you just look at the spread on the table, he's got that 2 and the 3 with some distance between them, and the 9 and the 7 sitting there as well. So
these two players here need to start peaking now before they get to that final game.
yeah.
So one of them going to make the final, but they need to start showing a few goods right now. Need to start doing some good things.
Difficult shot here to get back down the other end of the table for that 3 ball. Let's see what he does do here, Jimmy.
Yeah, he just punches through there.
Yeah.
Perfect line.
Nicely done. Great weight, great shot.
Yeah, so with this 3 ball to the 4 ball, he just wants to come straight down the table.
And you can see him
He'll end
immediately.
up in the centre.
Just has a wee look. 30-second shot clock in play, so they have to play their shots within 30 seconds. Each player does have a 130-second extension in each frame. And sometimes that just means if you want to take the jump shot, you've got time to go and get your cue, or if you just simply can't see a way out, you just want that one opportunity, then you've given it.
Watch out for the middle pocket.
And
wow.
He does put it in.
He found that angle.
And now real opportunity here for Jono McDowell-Paquito. He will not.
I think if he played that shot 10 more times, it would be quite hard to find that middle pocket once.
Yeah.
But he found it straight off, made the mistake. This is what Jono needs straight away.
Jono doesn't look like he'd be out of place on the side of a scrum.
Oh yeah, he plays a little bit of football too as well, Jono. He plays a rugby league for Mangere Sea Eagles.
Mangere East.
Yeah, Mangere East.
Home, yeah, famous club for the Mad Butcher.
And who else was famous from there?
Oh, it's been a few over the years, mate.
Olsen Filipina.
Yep. I'm a Man Albert Lions man, so.
It's a nice top shot there. Maybe a little bit straight, but it should be okay. He's running out into the middle of the table, which will give him a good angle on the 8 ball.
Runs it nicely and just gets it in. Thought he might have just kissed that corner, and there's no room for error on those middle pockets. Slightly difficult shot here, but one that a player of this quality should be able to play. Play
Yeah.
with us a bit more weight here, Jimmy.
Just natural weight. 9 ball in the same pocket.
He just brings it back, puts
There
it
you go.
down.
Slow up.
So yeah,
Perfect.
nicely played. So Jono McDowell, Pukekohe will end up taking the first frame, and he does it comfortably. And just like that, one frame up for the man from West Auckland, who plays for the Might of Mangere East. Yeah, looks like he spends a bit of time in the gym, isn't he?
Yeah, he does,
you wouldn't want to
yeah.
meet him in a. You remember imagine trying to hustle him in a bar at a pool table. I mean, not only would you get owned, but he probably wouldn't appreciate it. So one frame to nothing. Jono McDowell, Pukekohe.
So yeah, his family's got a long line of pool players in their in his family. His dad, big supporter of pool. Anything to do with 8 ball,
Will
9
Dad
ball.
be watching this, or is Dad here?
Yeah, his dad will be watching this. His whole family will be watching this. His sons, his girls, yep.
Shout out to them.
maybe a few of his uncles. They all played as well. They were around the era of
Great
Grant
break.
Hewitt.
Great break. I think 3. What have we lost? 3 balls off the table, possibly 4.
Okay, this
4
is,
balls.
yeah, key shot here. If he makes this 4 ball, it's going to look pretty good.
Boy, and if he misses it, it's
Yeah.
game on.
Well, the thing is, just hitting the edge of this 4 ball will give him, well, it'll be hard for him to control the white ball. He's playing with some bottom on this, so he's going to go 2 rails into the middle. There you go, nice shot. Good weight too.
Yeah, he's a smart player, isn't he? I've seen him a little bit in some pairs and some various things that we've done over the last few years, Jimmy, and he's a player that you just think, man, imagine what you could do if you really just decided to go full-time here, because he's just such a natural talent.
Yeah, like you said earlier.
Great for the game too, isn't he?
Yeah, like you said earlier, other things come in the way.
But clearly,
Family and work and, yeah,
just seems to clearly proud of his Māori heritage.
Samoan.
Is he Samoan, is he? Is Pukekohe?
Yep.
Is it? Oh, my apologies.
Nice touch, nice weight, perfect. Good start by Jono.
And nicely done, up by 2 frames, gets out to a 2 frame to nothing lead, doesn't look phased either, playing with some real confidence. Probably the best start we've seen on the television table so far through the quarterfinals.
And that's what you need, just before you get to the final, you need to be peaking, you need to be playing some good shots, you need a bit of confidence.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if he could find himself up against, well, he'll come up either against Sullivan Clark or Marco Toisha.
Who are you picking for that match,
Oh,
mate?
I'm going to probably go Toisha. I think Marco's probably just had the measure of Sullivan and the tournaments
Yeah,
I've
he has.
seen, and I just wonder whether there is just that psychological edge.
Well, yeah, definitely that little bit of psychological edge. After this tournament, I think Sullivan's overseas again.
Yeah, and good luck. I love the way Sullivan Clark, don't get me wrong, all the time in the world, he's an impressive young man. I spend a lot of time across a lot of sports, and he sits right up there in terms of the way he conducts himself, the way he's applying himself. He knows that he's got to go overseas. He knows he's got to become a hardened pro, and so there's so much to like about Sullivan Clark.
Yep.
And I've got a bit of time for Sacred Heart College, which he came out of. Do we know what school Jono came out of? Not that it's...
I think he would have went to one of the Ponsonby schools.
Yeah.
So, yeah, his dad used to stay in the middle of Grey Lynn.
Is it not a Mount Abbott grammar boy? I'm a Mags boy.
Could be, yeah, I think so, yeah.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me. Great school, of course. You probably would have got expelled if you had been there, Jimmy, but... Because you
Probably,
said you
mate.
just went to eat your lunch, and they don't tolerate that at Mount Albert, that's all. I'm not saying you're a bad boy, but they didn't give out grades for eating your lunch, Jimmy. Then they would have said, how on earth did we kick that boy out of the school? Listen to him, he knows his stuff.
It's a beautiful shot by Tone. This could be a good answer to what Jono's been playing.
Yeah, my concern from Tone, I just haven't seen in that previous quarter-final that absolute consistency. There was still just some shots that he was missing. It's whether or not he's had enough time between matches to just do a little bit of visualization and make that mental adjustment, that mental shift.
Well, I can tell you right now, Mark, he's got all the shots. He's got the game. He's got everything to win this game and the next. It's got to be on his game.
He's got a difficult shot here. Oh, no one's denying it. Just no one's denying that, Jimmy. You're a bit of a philosopher, Jimmy.
Well, I like to take the underdog.
No, you're a philosopher. Oh, look, I've got no favourites here. I'm best man wins. Best man wins.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah,
Classy
this is
so
good.
far.
This is quality. Yeah. Now this is the key shot here. This is the one that he just needs to make.
That's right. And, you know, a lot of those last 8 balls have been really good. Yeah, keep still.
But suddenly, suddenly you're on television, you've got the bright lights, you're up against a quality player, and you just get the yips. And he runs it down, nicely done. And this would go to 2 frames to 1. It's been a good performance from Tone Ewan, a man from Browns Bay. And Ewan plays it nicely. So it's still game on.
So, yeah, if we got any more big fields like we did yesterday, we might try and have 2 venues. We'll have to get together and have a powwow, a talk. Just fine-tuning a little few things now that both clubs are together. Well done to all those juniors that made it, all the top-class juniors that made it into the knockout finals. A lot of good players missed out, but they'll be back. Okay, Jono to break. Got the BK rush. All the pros use the BK rush now. I asked a few of them why do they use it. It's because when you play a lot of spin, it still hits the one ball. It's dead straight. It doesn't go offline when you hit it as hard as you can. Okay, obviously these guys have been working on their break, making that one ball in the middle. Probably all comes down to how hard you hit the ball. Just want to make the ball here if you can. Otherwise, hope for a bit of luck. Okay, I don't like the next shot after this. Once Tone plays that white ball up and behind the back of the pack there. Jono's going to have a hard shot to get out. I'll put the 2 behind the 8 ball, 7 ball. Either one. 2 or the white ball.
So Tone Ewan playing defensively. Just see if we can get a slightly better angle just to give you an idea of how this now looks for Jono.
It's a great shot.
That is a wonderful shot.
Yes.
I tell you what, the Sky Ash is good.
Still on for the kick shot. Can go in that corner.
Oh, almost does it too, but yep, maybe has just opened the door though here for Tone. Let's just have a look though, that layout on the table, Jimmy. So let's just see if we can go above and you just talk us through here.
Yeah, so the
next, say, 3 shots for him. So the 2's going in.
Yeah, the 3 is going in that same pocket.
Okay.
Then the 4 is quite easy, you know. The purple ball's right there too.
Yep.
So the first 4 balls are pretty good. I'm picking him to run this. I ain't going to say he's going to run it.
So he's just put a slight extension on that cue. And it's taken a 30-second extension on the shot. So he runs it, brings it back up, as you said, Jimmy. So
Perfect.
ball in the same pocket.
Yeah.
But he's going to need to be precise here with that 4 ball.
Yeah, the hard part is getting to that orange ball. There's a gap between the 6 and the 9 once he's potted that 4 ball to get to that 5 ball. So you pot this ball, pot the 4 ball and get to that gap between the 6 and the 9. So that's the green and the yellow stripe he wants to be after this. That's perfect. Okay, here it goes, folks. Where's he going to go? He's looking at the gap now. That's where I was hoping it'd go, but still, it's got to be picture perfect here. All about weight. This game is mainly about weight, and he's
Yeah.
played that perfect.
Yeah, you'll often hear it in lawn bowls too, isn't it? Similar sort of game where
Yes.
you're running on the greens here, you're running on the cloth will run slightly differently. You'll hear commentators and lawn bowls talk about, has he got enough weight? Has she got enough weight? And it's not dissimilar here.
Well, he's played that to perfection, that weight there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And
Okay, it's going to be a little bit tricky here. He'll just want to probably pop this 5 and nudge into the 7 to hold the white ball. Nudge into the 7, hold the white ball. Does he get the 5? Yes,
He
nice
does.
shot.
So a key moment now for Tone Hewitt. He'd want to just clean this out here, and he can't afford to miss.
Yeah, just draw back to the rail and back out again, so he can overdraw this if he wants to.
Yeah, I guess.
Ooh, that was close. Bit of a wobble there. That's a San Francisco shuffle there. Have you ever done that?
San Francisco shuffle. No, I haven't spent a lot of time in San Francisco, only really just a stopover, Jimmy. So I've done a bit of shuffling in my day.
Yeah, it was a sort of a dance move.
Yeah, dancing's not really my thing. My kids will tell you that.
Beautiful shot. Okay, I can see this 9 ball going in the left middle pocket.
Got a big shot here, though.
No, just run it in, pace, get across the table. There you go, look at that. How's that for pace?
Yeah, look,
Perfection.
he's starting to come into his own, Tone Hewitt. I think this is a much better performance than what we saw in that quarterfinal. Maybe that's just getting used to this table. He's made the adjustments, and so he will just
Very nice
play
finish.
that. And there it is, tied up at 2 each. Jimmy, you talk about, playing with weight, and I agree with you, but like in golf, you talked about the similarities sometimes
Yes.
between golf, but in golf, you've got different clubs, and some of those clubs take out some of the weight.
Okay, yep.
So you got your drivers, which is for your big hitting, for your distance, and then you've got shorter and smaller clubs for just different distances. Here, you're in control, aren't you? You've
That's
only
right.
got one cue,
And that
and
comes
the
down.
tips and the equipment don't allow for any less weight to be taken out.
Okay, we've got a professional ref here. I keep forgetting his name. Evan, I think it is.
Yeah, no, he's doing a brilliant job. I think he
Yeah.
did it professionally in Singapore, didn't he, for a long
Yes,
time?
he did, yeah.
So, yeah, he will probably know Peter Gilchrist. Peter Gilchrist,
Snooker.
world champion in billiards.
Billiards, yeah, billiards.
Been over here, and in fact, he set the world record for a break in billiards actually on a table at the
Oh,
one of the Cosy clubs, I think, in Hamilton, of around
Yes,
about
yes, I
1,200
heard
and something
about that.
points, and
Yep.
they've still got the little plaque on the table there in Hamilton. So Peter Gilchrist, out of Singapore, originally out of the UK.
okay.
So,
Tone's got a little bit of lucky here.
yeah, keen to see the defensive game here of Jono. What sort of defensive game does he have if he needs it? You would have seen a lot more of him.
Yeah, a little difficult here. You can either double that one down table and make some distance, or just try and sit that white ball in behind the 4, but I don't think that's on.
So what's he looking to do here, Jimmy? You've
It's
just
gonna
said he's got a couple of options. Which one's he
Yeah.
chosen?
Run down the table, make some distance, try and sit in behind the orange and yellow stripe ball. He's made the distance, but he's also left it on. Left Tony a clean shot. Tony can pot this. He's got the natural angle to get behind the red where it is now. The white ball is now. Natural angle here. All he's got to focus on is the pot. If he can make this, he's got a good chance of running the rack again. This will be his 3rd rack in a row he runs.
You sort of feel like he's just starting to get into his work here, Tone Hewitt.
That's a great stroke.
And does bring it back down, puts it on a pinpoint accuracy. Great shot. Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, he's got to run forward with 2 rails.
Just have a look at this again. So just that beautiful
Great
weight.
shot, yeah.
Bang.
Natural. Okay, punch it in again with 2 rails.
What do you mean by
There
2
you go.
rails? White ball off 1
1,
rail
2 there.
and 2 rails. There you go. So
Same again here, Mark. Run round off 2 or 3 rails. It's the easiest way to go. It's no good to draw back because of that middle pocket.
oh, he missed it. He missed it. He missed it. He
Oh,
might be
luck,
lucky. He
luck.
might be lucky. No, he's not. Now, Jono will come to the table. A chance to play through here. He's a quality player, so advantage goes the way of Jono McDowell. Pukekohe.
Yeah, that was you know, not a very good shot by Tone. I'd expect him to pot that and a little bit too far for Jono.
Yeah, but mate, you've got to just stop with this whole commentator's curse thing. You're not helping these guys, Jimmy.
Okay, you can go forward or back off this long rail. He's gone back. Ended up being straight. Okay, now he's going to run away and make some distance, I'd say. Oh, he's going to go for the double. He's had enough.
I like him. I
Yeah,
like
he's
him.
had
I like him a
enough.
lot. Great shot. Great shot.
Great double.
Great shot. That's what you do. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Sometimes you've just got to back yourself. You've got to believe yourself if you want to win. You've got to take it away from your opponent, and then he misses the 8, and he puts the white ball down, and now, surely Tone Ewan will go out to a 3-frame-to-2 lead. Can't be afford to make those mistakes at this level. He'll be mentally beating himself up on that one. He's better than that. And there's one. A little bit of work to do, but Tone Ewan should get it done here to go out to 3-frames-to-2. And there it is. So 3-frames-to-2. Tone Ewan leads Jono McDowell Pukekohe in the race to 6. So we'll come back out for the 6th frame. Titanic battle beginning to play out here on the television table. The Masse Club in Pukekohe, association with the New Zealand Pool Association. This is the Predator 9-ball tour, the Counties Open.
Yeah, that was in the bag for Jono. He needed that.
Can't even blame the commentator's curse for that one either, Jimmy.
No, I didn't say anything because...
No, you didn't, mate. You've learned.
Yeah. Played a beautiful double to get to the 8. You need more backspin on that to take that white ball away from that middle pocket. Anyhow, it's still close. Short race, anything can happen. Needs this frame here. Big frame here. Excuse me. Okay, you'll be looking for somewhere to hide. Could take on the double if he wants to. Past the 4. We could send that white ball behind the orange. Plenty of options.
Yeah, chaps just haven't fallen his way early on in these frames, has it? He's had to sort of come to the table off the back of a few mistakes. That's a good defensive shot, though.
Yeah,
Great shot.
nice shot.
From Jono McDowell Pukekohe.
Beautiful shot.
As good as you could play it. From the man from West Auckland.
Might be a gap between the purple and green to get to that blue, but I don't think so. It's going to be a tough one to get out of, low percentage to get out of this, but...
That's why these guys are in the semi-finals, though, because they have the ability to do it where perhaps others don't. So never say never in this game. What does he do? He's just going to... Almost gives it away, doesn't he? Almost
Yes,
just
he
waves
does.
the white flag.
Okay, I don't like his next shot. Now John is going to sit behind that red ball. Stop shot that blue ball out of there. And sit behind the orange, sorry. Going a bit coloured blind. I'm already half blind.
That's all right, Jimmy.
Stop shot. Get that blue out of there and sit behind the orange. Not bad. I think the jump cue's coming out. Shot clock's on. Extension called.
So 30-second further extension. So
This.
winner of this will take on either Marco Toish or Sullivan Clark. That semi-final up next. Nicely played from Jono. Big shot. He's a confident player. when he does come to the table.
Yeah, one of the better potters around. Okay, run 2 rails. Run him behind the purple ball.
There we go. Nicely done. Have we seen Jono go away with some New Zealand teams previously?
Yeah, he's had a few, you know, overseas experiences. Been over Australia a few times. Always been roundabouts. Always capable of beating the best. And, you know, he's the sort of guy that puts in the time too when you do need it, you know. He ain't just going to show up with no practice.
Nice safety. Nicely played. Beautifully played. So throws the pressure back on Tone Ewan. And what does Tone do here? Does he bring out the jump cue, or is it too far away?
No, he just needs to go in behind and kick it and hope for a bit of luck. The white ball
Okay.
could go behind the black.
So he's going to play behind, tries to drive it up that top corner, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The only game that allows flukes in Q Sport is this game.
And he got away with it.
And he has got away with it. So pressure now goes back on McDowell Pakito.
Yeah, I think the double's still on here. He can... There's a big gap between the...
Does he want to risk it though, Jimmy? Does he want to risk it when
I
he's
think
down by
it's-
3 frames to 2 in the race to 6? Because if he does miss it,
I think it's time to go. He's got to have a go.
he goes, he has a go.
2-way shot.
Not enough weight on it though. And now the advantage goes back to Tone Ewan.
Okay, Tone here can play this in the left-hand corner pocket. And run 2 rails off the right side. Back out to the middle. Nice positive hard shot will be the shot to play.
So looking for that middle pocket,
No, top left corner.
top left corner, and then watch the cue ball. Jimmy's called 2 rails. So there's 1 rail,
Yep,
there's
back round
2,
that
but he
way.
missed the shot.
That would have been perfect.
But he's probably got away with it. Oh, tough shot, but it's a shot all the same. No, tough shot for Jono Del Pakito. So what's Jono's options here?
I'll look for safety, make some distance. Screw that white ball in behind the black there somewhere. Or we could go for the pot. Pot is on too. Just depends how he feels. So I
Going
know
to take
he
the
likes,
30-second extension.
well, I know he knows he can pot this ball. What do they say? It's better to go down dying while you try, or...
Oh, look, it is, isn't it? You know, better to have tried and failed than not
Yeah.
to have tried at all. And you know, that's it. Sometimes you just got to take your chance, don't you? He's going to have a crack here. This will be one of the great shots if he can pull this off. He does, but he doesn't quite get
Oh,
it.
look at this.
And the 9 ball goes in, does
Wow,
it?
yes,
it
it does.
does, and he takes the frame. He acknowledges, though, that he's very lucky he got away with one.
Oh, my God.
But that is the nature of 9 ball. And you talk about it, he took the shot on, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And that's a great example of it. That is great to see, very much part of the highlights reel. Have a look here.
Wow.
And there we go. And so,
Okay, that could be a match changer.
3 all. And now we go to a frame 7.
That's the thing with 9 ball 8. Just something small like that could just throw the match
It
total opposite way.
yeah, you just see
No,
what
yeah.
we call in sport a lot. You just see that shift in momentum.
Yes. You know, you could be running along real good in the next minute. Do you watch much of Tour de France?
Yeah, watch a bit. Yeah, a little bit cynical about a lot of it these days. But
Yeah, but when Lance Armstrong was racing, it was quite big then, wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, Tone's one seems to be going past that middle pocket all the time. So I think he's got too much cut on the brake. But he seems to be putting the ball. Maybe he's found something that we don't know. Yeah, he seems to be putting the ball all the time, but that one ball misses that middle pocket by a country mile. Whereas if you watch Sullivan and Marco, that one ball goes straight into that pocket.
Well, it's an intriguing stage in the semi-final. Who's going to blink first?
Okay, so look at this shot here, Mark. Tony don't like that one ball. He doesn't like jacking up over the brown ball. So I think he's going to call a push out.
Oh, he's got time's going to run down.
Push push out. He's
Gonna
called.
play the push out.
Yeah.
And he's just going to run it up the table.
Okay, folks, so this is the semi-final. One of these guys will go into the final. And the winner of that will meet Marco or Sullivan.
So what does Jono do here? Does he throw it back at Tone?
I think he'll have a go at another double while it's Lux in.
Time.
Morris will have a go, Jono. Put the pressure on Tone to run out. If you pot this and run out, that'll really... Yeah, he's put him back in.
He's put him back in, just couldn't see it. Time was running out. Didn't get a shot, and why not?
Defensive shot. He's going to sit behind that blue ball.
Oh, that's beautifully played. Oh, he's opened the door a little bit. There is a shot here, though, but it's a very, very difficult shot, and it might not necessarily give options. So does he go back and play defensively as well now, or does he look maybe for the plant? Does he take this on, Jimmy?
Well, the main thing to do is just make sure you hit it. Kick it. I think he's going to go in behind to kick it, but the cut's on as well.
Yeah, he goes for the plant, didn't he?
Well, he went for the safety. He's going to sit behind the brown or the blue again. What a great shot.
Yeah, gave himself a chance as well on that red, which I liked. And
look at this. This is great snooker. So, whenever you're in the situation you don't think you can get out of it, deliberate foul, like push the 7 into the 5, you know, make it hard for Jono to run out if he does get the chance. And I think he will get the chance. There's that 9 ball again of Jono's.
bang. Isaac Newton all over, buddy. The apple falling from the tree, Jimmy.
Okay, see, so is he going to play a deliberate foul here, is he? He knows his chances of hitting that one are really slim. Yeah, he just went and hit a...
Just hit and miss.
Yeah.
Hope cue ball goes down. He's
Move
broken
the
the table
balls
up,
around,
though. He's
yeah.
moved the balls around, so he now opens it up for Jono. Let's have a look at Jono's options. He's got that 2, bit of
Yeah,
bit of a
everything looks
distance
good.
between 3.
He'll close that distance. Okay, he's going to go to the centre table. Right in the middle of the table would be perfect.
There's 1.
He wants to be more in the middle. A little bit difficult cut here.
And he knows it too. You can see the facial expressions from the great man. It's a really nice shot. And he puts that down.
Nice recovery shot. 2 good shots. Okay, the key here is to get to a line on that purple ball. He wants to be dead straight on that purple if he can. 2 rails and he might run or just draw back to the middle. Just gone to centre table, slow down, slow
quite heavy,
down.
quite
slow
heavy on the
down.
shot though, isn't it?
Yeah, way too heavy.
Yeah, he might have to play back up the table here.
Well, he has got a shot in the middle if he wants.
I don't think he's got a choice, has he?
No choice at all. It's just pot it.
It's a big shot here.
Yeah.
Does he take
yes.
his 30-second extension here? I think he will.
He has to let his arm go and play 3 rails back towards the 5, I think. It's the best shot. Play it with confidence. No, he's only played it soft.
Nicely
That's
done.
good enough. Yeah, that's perfect.
Nicely done. Now, really, really key moment in this game. Needs to pocket this. Can't afford to miss it. It's from a similar frame earlier. Shot he should have made on the 8 and he did miss it. And he has done it again. That's twice now. Twice now. But still a difficult shot for Tone Hewitt. Oh, that's a surprise, Jimmy. So much to like about his game, Jono McDowell Pakito. He's going to have to be better than that if he wants to win this tournament. Let's have a look at this shot here. Nicely played. Played it with great weight. Played it with confidence. And really now, it's
Perfect
almost
weight.
a formality for Tone Hewitt to go out to 4 frames to 3.
Okay, he can go down where his elbow is, go into that area where his elbow is probably the best.
So he'll come off
No, he's just potting
2
the ball.
rails.
He's potting the ball and just wants a shot at it.
Oh, tough shot on the 8 here though.
Yeah, a lot of distance. He could have
A
played.
lot of distance, a lot of angle.
At least he's got a shot. That's the thing. He's got a shot.
But surely he could have
Got a
done
shot,
more
got a
with that
chance.
cue ball, Jimmy.
Yeah. Okay, he's going to just sneak past that 9-ball and put that 9-ball in the bottom corner right-hand pocket. Sneak
Plays
past
it,
the
he
9-ball.
gets it in, great shot under pressure. Bringing that right back up, still not an easy shot on the 9-ball here. But a shot he should make. Thus to go to 4 frames to 3 for Tone Ewan.
Nice
And he
shot.
does pocket it. Nicely done for the man from Browns Bay. 4 frames to 3. We go to an 8th frame. It's been very, very good 9-baller. There's nothing in it. Still opportunity. Well, Jono McDowell, Pukekohe, he's had his moments. He's had his chances. 2 frames that he's probably handed to Tone. And
Yeah,
he will need to, while sitting there, just make that little shift mentally, visualise, make that little correction.
Yeah, he's playing the better ball at the moment, but he's just not finishing them. Tone's just coming in and mopping up. Janitor. That's what we call him, the janitor. Okay, Jono needs this frame. He doesn't want to go let Tony get to the hill. That means Tony will have 3 chances to win. Keep the pressure on. Get to 5 each if you can.
Let's see what he can do here. Oh, nice break. Boy, he's just got such a power, hasn't he?
Nice shot at the 2, and the 3 looks good too.
Yep. So good chance here.
So
But the table is spread to the point 2, though. He won't want to make an unforced error.
So this shot here, he can just run into that 8-4, the black and the purple if he wants to. But he's played at a weight where it's going to be too soft. He needed to run into these 2. I knew he had the angle to do that, but he didn't hit it hard enough.
So now he finds himself in a bit of difficulty.
Yeah, I would have played that shot a little bit harder knowing that was going to happen.
So he's going to come up the table here, try and knock this 3-ball in. And he comes up and he's going to play it.
Looks good.
Oh, he just missed it too. So he turns the table over now to Tone Ewan with the ball spread to a point where Ewan can run the rack here. So there's that lack of weight on that shot,
So the only hard
costing
thing
him this frame.
could do. The only thing hard is to get to that purple ball off this red ball. Okay, so I'd play that red ball go between the yellow stripe and the brown ball. But he looks like he's going to just do a little drawback. A little bit risky because that 5-ball is in the way of that middle pocket. He should play 2 rails between the brown ball and the yellow stripe ball. But I think it's just going to keep it simple, draw it back a little bit.
It does pull it back nicely.
Yep. Pot the ball in the middle. It's got to be aware of that 5-ball. Stop the white ball there. He's having another close look, so it is close. That's why he took C.
Oh, missed it too. Now the door opens again. This is where Jono McDowell just needs to step up and get the job done here. It's now or never. He just needs to be at his best.
Yeah, that's trouble going past the ball, you know. You just... too risky. Even though he should have just potted that.
He's had a look.
Fairly straightforward pot.
Still not happy with what he's seen. It's not about the shot in front of him. It's what comes after it that's concerning him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting where the 5 goes. I think it's going to go down into the pocket where the brown is. Yeah, down in that pocket.
Got that 10-second call too, but composed enough not to be thrown by it.
Okay, draw back for the 6. Nip draw. Doesn't have to hit it hard, just nip it. Nice nip draw.
Okay.
2 rails to the middle, or just straight down the middle.
Yeah.
Give him an angle on the 7 to get out towards the black ball. A little inside English. A little bit too hard, I'd say.
It's a call from Jimmy, and no,
Ah,
got
he's
away
good,
with it.
yeah.
Nice shot, great weight.
Wow, that's close as.
So I hope you are enjoying the coverage here on finals day of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour.
think we've seen the last time we saw Jono play is when he was, I think, 8-7 up against Sullivan Clark and winning off.
That's right, he did too.
Yes, can you remember that game?
Yeah, I do. And now he's got this vote. So
Another close match. That's a good finish.
Just to take it to a 9th frame and the race to 6. So it's still game on. So good comeback from Jono McDowell Pukekohe over Tone Ewan in the semi-final.
What a game.
Yeah, great game, great contest.
I can see, well, I'm going to put my pick out there and say whoever wins this frame should win the match. It's always good to have that second chance going into a close match like this. 2 bites of the apple.
Yeah, well, it's going to come down to, let's see what this break does and the spread. One thing we've seen with McDowell Pukekohe, he brings so much power to the break that
which is one ball. See how his one ball goes past that.
Ewan, 3 goes down.
So
And
it's
the
a
4 goes down. And so that is a good break. But what does it mean? Snookered behind the 9 ball, is he, on that 1? So got himself into a bit of trouble. What's he doing here, Jimmy?
Just removing the 9 ball. So he's got a marker there to take away the magic crack and then put it back. You can see a push out coming here. It's going to push the ball onto that side rail or that back rail. Push out Gould. I think Jono's going to hand this straight back. He's just going to see the edge of that 1 ball.
Yeah, so he's given himself an option if he knows it's going to be put back on him. Really, Jono should just throw it straight back, as you're right, Jimmy. It's just too messy at the moment. Let's have a look. I think he'll just run the clock down here too. So he has called him back to the table.
Nice shot by Tone. Very nice shot. That could be the winning shot there. Easy out for Jono. He can just jump over that. White ball on the rail, which gives him more leverage with his hand to hit the white ball. A little bit more height to play down on the white ball.
Oh,
easy as that.
Did he get that?
Oh no. Okay, Tone's thinking that if he makes this 1 ball, the 2 9 ball combination's there. If it doesn't go past that 9, he will play it.
Yeah, that would be a big moment in the game, wouldn't it? Got to play the ball in front of him first. That's not an easy shot, that 1 ball. Does he look to run this up the far end of the table, or is he going for this middle pocket, Jimmy?
I think he'll go for the middle, because that keeps him below the 2 then. If he runs it up the top, he's going to come across the 2 towards the black ball. So I think he's looking at his safety.
He's taking the 30-second extension, the 1 that he's entitled to each frame.
Okay, he's going to bring the white ball back behind the 2 and the yellow, I'd say. Yep.
He's looked to play it up the table, hasn't he?
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Yep. So, somewhat a different way of thinking, but still effective. So the 2-9's not on, but he's in the
two-way shot.
contest.
That was a two-way shot where if he missed that one, it's still pretty safe. But he played a nice spot. Just needs to put this in the middle. Judge the weight.
Just have a look at the tip of the cue on that cue ball.
Be confident, know that he can pot it.
And he's done it nicely
Yeah.
too. That's beautifully done. Beautifully done. So it's here to go to a 5-4 lead. It's right here in front of him.
Yeah, so he just wants to come off the rail back to the centre.
Come
The
down.
table, punch it in and come back to the middle.
So off the rail is the call from Jimmy. There he goes. Brings it back in. Brings it between. And that is a lovely shot. And now it's that green 7. So absolute
Run
brilliant
two
opportunity
rails.
here. Really well played here from Tone Ewan.
Run two rails. Perfect. Middle of the table. Anywhere in the centre is good. Just watch out for the in-off. Bit more spin to take him away from that in-off. So he's got a good technique too. He stays still after every shot. He keeps fairly still. Look how still he is. He's on the hole.
There he goes. So he goes to 5 frames to 4. Standing on the hill and the mountains of dreams, telling himself it's not as hard as it seems. And there we go. We will go to a 10th frame, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. The Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour. We've got the Predator Arcadia cloth, the Predator Arcos 2 ball, the Predator Apex table, and the majority of the players playing with the Predator cues. If you want quality, you want the best equipment, you go to Predator. Again, this tournament being run in association and partnership with the New Zealand Pool Association, the Masse clubs. I've got the great man, the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry, alongside of me.
Back to school for you.
It is, it's a beautiful thing. Ever thought of doing any modelling, Jimmy?
Well, you know, they called me the Rock before.
Yeah, no, fair to say. Well, that's part of the reason why I asked.
Okay,
Jimmy,
back to the game.
I wasn't lost on it. So anyway, so back to the serious side of it. Jono McDowell, Pukekohe with the break. Now, this boy has some power. This man knows how to hit a cue ball.
Watch one ball. Middle of the pocket, nice weight. See,
And
wasn't
there he
too
goes,
hard.
brilliant. So, and
Oh, look
I
at
think
this.
we've
Yeah.
also lost. What else did we lose, Jimmy? We've lost the
7.
5 ball, is it as well?
No, the 5's still there. The 1 and the 7.
Oh, it's the 7 ball down. Sorry, just my colour blindness too. Thought it might have been the orange one, but you're right. It's the brown 7.
He's in good shape here. Just needs to make one good pot here to start him off. And he makes it perfect.
Yeah, it is a beautiful break.
Still 4 to the 5.
So he can't afford to sit down here. He needs to run this rack. It is just too big a spread. Tone Ewan will just be sitting back, waiting and hoping for the mistake. So far, so good from Jono McDowell.
Yeah, nice 2-rail shot to the 4. Just draw it back to the middle will be probably best.
Just got to be,
1, 2 rails.
you just got to be careful.
Behind the black.
These little shots that have
Oh,
let him
watch
down.
out, watch out, watch out.
So just on the wrong side now.
Fine cut here. No control of the white ball.
Yeah, on the wrong side of that ball. So therefore he does lose control. But there is enough of a spread on the table to give himself options.
Gotta be
Not a
careful.
lot of traffic.
There's the corner pocket up there. Watch out for that corner pocket.
Oh, he missed it,
out
but
for that
he
corner
might have got
pocket.
away with it. He might have got away with it.
Watch
It's
out
going to
for
go
that
down.
corner
It's going to
pocket.
go down. You talk about the corner pocket. So now Tone Ewan will come to the table and has a chance to wrap this semi-final up.
If he would potted that 5, I don't think it would have went in the corner pocket. There's always that risk of that corner pocket.
So now, really, there's just no unforced errors here. Just needs to play simple 9-ball, and he will go through.
Punch it in off the rail. Stop shot. He You can go 2 rails and behind the 8 ball. If he's feeling good, he'll play the TV shot, 2 rails and behind the 8 ball, but he'll just punch that the safest way. Keep it simple. Nice punch shot. It's got a beautiful angle to go towards the middle pocket. The right hand middle pocket, he wants to be in that area. He could play 2 rails if he wants.
And now he comes
Jump
back
in the
up,
middle
comes
pocket.
back up. He's okay. Might just kiss that cushion, but it's a shot that he should be able to make from here. Just for the game, and there it is. It's all over. And it's Tone Ewan who'll go through to the final, beating Jono McDowell Pukekohe by 6 frames to 4 in a very closely fought semi-final. Don't go away. We'll bring you that second semi-final shortly here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. The venue is the Masse Club in Pukekohe. It is semi-finals time now in the Counties Open, the first round of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour. And this is an absolute beauty because it is two of the very best in the country. The rising star, Sullivan Clark, up against the gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Toisha. Alongside of me in commentary, the great Jimmy, the Professor Henry.
Yeah, how you going, Mark? Thanks for that. Well, we've got a big match here and something we've all been waiting for over a year.
Well, funny, they're on the same side of the draw. Normally we'd expect this to be the final, but they're going to meet each other in the semi. The winner to take on Tone Ewan. And the early advantage, by the looks of it, will go the way of Marco.
Yeah, and it's good to have some new blood, Tone Nugent, in the final.
Yep, and so just the one change that we have seen from previous tournaments, if you have just joined us, is the way the racks are set on the table now. So where that 9-ball is placed in the middle of that diamond, it would normally have been where the 1-ball is, at the front of the diamond. So the diamonds technically move forward, and that is to stop those wing balls, which in this case is the brown 7 and the red 3, from just going in. But the good players will generally put that 1-ball into this top middle pocket.
Yes, and that all comes down to how hard you hit the ball. It's a cut break, but it's how hard you hit it to head straight towards that right middle pocket.
And there is a great example of it. Toisha puts 1 down, puts 2 down. So I think we've also seen the red 3 go.
And what a break.
Great break, great spread. So 30-second shot clock on. They are allowed 1 extension per frame. So it is Sullivan Clark, originally out of Sacred Heart College from Remuera in Auckland, up against the man from Eindhoven, effectively the Dutch master, or these days known as the gunslinger.
Okay, he's got a nice shot on the 2. He's taking his time because this is the key ball in this rack. If he makes this 2, it's a good chance he's going to run the rack.
Going very low on that cue ball, so almost going to draw it back.
Draw it back and more.
Yeah.
Oh, when he gets a kiss. Is that kiss good? Yes, that kiss is very good.
So Toisha, you don't want to give him momentum. You do not want to sit down and bring him to the table. Like all players, at times he can make some very uncharacteristic, unforced errors, but they are few and far between. 9th recently.
Yeah, that was a great shot on that 2-ball to get to the 4-ball. Gave him a good angle to get to this 5-ball. Go in between the striped ball and the green ball.
So 30-second shot clock. He will have 1 extension of 30 seconds. But he's already set up. He's already mapped the stable. He knows exactly what he's doing. His mind's working very quickly. You'll understand how quickly, because you'll hear Jimmy talk about it, because Jimmy's of the same mindset.
Good little nudge. A little bit straight here. So he can either run through with the white ball, go behind the 8-ball, go through the gap of the 7 and the 9. He's got a couple of options.
So Toisha, what a player, what a record, what a history. There's one.
Straight up the table he chose. Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, you already sense this frame is done and dusted. He won't make the little errors that... So he's asked for the 30-second extension here. He knows he's got time, he knows he's got his options, so he will be given an additional 30 seconds.
Watch how he holds that white ball. Won't hardly move from where it is now. Look at that.
Oh,
perfect.
I was going to say, I just felt that he was about to kiss that pocket, and I would have given him the commentator's curse, but now it's the 8-ball.
Okay, off the rail and back out to the middle.
There it is.
Beautiful. Picture perfect.
And there we go, just like that, 1 frame to nothing over Sullivan Clark. So good start from Marco Toisha. And so
made that look easy.
Yep. Mind you, we haven't really just had a chance. Sullivan Clark can make it look easy as well, and that's what makes this such a compelling semi-final. That the number 1 and number 2 players in this country, both recently back from trips overseas to Poland and also to the United States, Jimmy.
That's right, yeah. Both went over there for the world champs.
Marco finishing 9th.
Yes, he played very well. Then they went to America.
It's interesting, isn't it? You think 9th, but you think how many people play this game and you finish 9th at the World Championships. That's a family around a table with a couple of friends.
That's right, yeah.
So it'll be Sullivan Clark who will step up now. Wanted to take on Tone Ewan.
Yeah, Sullivan's worked at his break too. You can watch that, and I will just track towards that middle pocket. So both players have worked that break out.
It was a very good break from Toysha earlier. Now can Sullivan Clark match it?
So he didn't hit that as hard, did he?
No.
But he had plenty of spin on that.
Still, let's just have a look here at how this table is spread. Do you like this, Jimmy, or has he
Beautiful,
got some
yeah.
work to do?
No, it's all there if he wants it.
So,
All about positional play now. Everything's over the pockets.
so 2 ball, 3 ball. So
Yeah,
the blue
2,
2,
3.
and then the red 3, purple 4, orange 5. That is the order and the sequence.
So the only hard problem he's going to have here is getting from the 7 to the 8. He's going to make this ball first. He does. Draw the white back a few mils. Four or 5 inches back. Perfect. So he's got options here. He can just play it simple and run the 5 ball down the corner, or go past the middle, so he plays it in the middle. The middle is the shot. So he can play it. Oh no, he's going for the corner. Nice touch. Perfect line. Can we see frame for frame all the way to the final?
All right, Sullivan Clark trying to replicate what Marco Toysha's just done in that first frame. Let's just play through. He's good enough. He should run this through now.
Okay, so with this angle here, he'd probably play that 8 ball in the same pocket. Make the white ball go straight down the table towards the 8 and the 7 ball.
Okay, let's have a look here. That's Jimmy's call, so he's going to play it off that top rail. There he
Oh.
goes.
He's gone behind it.
No, so he's going to still now play it into this, what is now the top right or top left on camera, but is actually the bottom right, if that makes sense. And here we go, we'll have a look at it. So,
Wonder if he'll come straight through that gap again. The gap it goes through will come out the same
yeah,
gap.
weight's going to be important here. Weight's going to be important. Does play it, pockets it.
No, he goes behind it 2 rails and he's ended up short.
Yeah,
Wow.
so a little bit short here, shot now. This is going to require, this is the area of his game that he's just really wanting to improve. It's just finishing off these frames and just getting those little things right. He's good enough to pot this. He's good enough to win this frame. Let's see what he can do. Does run it, nicely done.
That's a great shot.
And that is a superb shot. You'll hear it from Jimmy. If Jimmy says it's a great shot,
Yes,
you
with
take the
inside
word of the
English.
professor.
With
Because
inside English.
so now, still a difficult shot here, but one that he should make. And there it is, 1 frame each. So Sullivan Clark hitting straight back. As we just have a look at that shot
wow.
there with the 8 ball. It was a difficult shot.
Especially to hold the white ball down on that half of the table.
I'll give him some huge confidence. It's very much game on.
The other thing, folks, we'll have to get the committee together to have a look at this draw. So at Q Score, they've got an automatic draw, or you can do it physically, manually. With the automatic draw, we know who's playing each other straight away. A section plays B section, C section plays D section. So hopefully that comes into something to talk about in the near future. Get the draw right. I think the best way to do it is rank 1 to 32. Number 1 plays 32. Okay, 1 in the middle. Plays it perfect.
Yeah, look at that 9 ball. Now just gets kissed by the cue ball.
Wow, 2 good breaks.
Yep, so Toisha here really should just play this out now.
Wow.
Nothing really that difficult in front of him here.
4 balls down the break. Can't afford to relax.
No, he can't. Just does enough to stay on the right side there.
Okay, he's going to run 2 rails into the 6.
So the gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Toisha.
A lot of spin here. Playing it that way, you're always running towards your next ball. See how it's just cruising towards the 6th ball. Get to the middle of the table. Preferably straight on the brown ball. It's better with a little bit of angle because you can use the rail, but he's straight. He's good. Draw back. A few inches or so.
Now come back, boy, I
Look
tell
at
you
that.
what.
Eh?
This is just going to be a case of who blinks first, because both of them just so capable, aren't they? And you fear for Tony Nguyen, because you just sort of sense these guys are just in another level, aren't they? A class of their own. And so suddenly it is 2-1 to Marco Toisha over Sullivan Clark, and off the back of a very, very good break.
Okay, let's see if Sullivan can keep up with the Joneses. Or the Kardashians. Nice cut break.
Yeah, let's just have a look at where they group. So not quite the spread. Let's have a look. So 1 ball down. So the 2. Then it is the red 3, 4. What do you make of it, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Just needs to punch this 2 in. Hold the white ball where the 2 is now, and he should be okay. He's going to make one big shot, but
And what's the big shot?
get from the purple to the orange.
Okay, so the purple 4 ball to the orange 5 is the difficulty. And he'll be aware of it.
Great stroke. Great touch. Okay, so if you can get an angle on this 4 ball into the middle, he can sit in behind the orange ball. Just needs a good angle on the purple one. I think that orange ball might go past the 9 ball if it doesn't go past with that 8 ball. If it goes past that 8 ball, it could be 2 each. There he goes, looking at the angle now.
A quality player, though. He's a very, very intelligent young man. very measured, hard worker. You know, they talk about the harder you work, the luckier you get. So it's hard to use the term luck with Sullivan Clark. He's decided to take his 30-second extension. Nicely
Oh,
done.
that's a great shot. He runs into that 8, pushes it out the way, leaves himself a shot in the middle pocket, or it even could go into the corner pocket. He's having a look now. Corner is the easier pocket, much straighter shot. The middle is the middle shot is the harder shot. Looks like he's going down the corner. Wow, what a shot. Straight into the middle.
What a game this is. What a contest.
Wow.
These are two players who have just gone to another level from what we've seen so far. You sense that Sullivan Clark earlier on might not have been at his best.
Yeah, just push it through and run the 7 down the corner. It's just basic.
It's amazing how you lift to the level of your opponent, isn't it? When you've got a guy here on the other side of the table who's won some of the biggest tournaments in the world, you just naturally lift. And then sometimes when you come up with players that maybe are good at a national level but not necessarily good at an international level, you sort of somewhat struggle maybe to get yourself up. You see it a lot in sport.
Well, these two players are in stroke, guys.
Yeah, this is great, great 9-ball. Sullivan Clark, Marco Toisha. Be a big psychological thing for Toisha if he can win this one. Oh, he missed a basic shot. And now,
Wow.
you just feel that he's given maybe the semi-final to Marco
Holy
Toisha.
smoke.
It's hard
Wow.
to beat Toisha, but you can't give him a 2-frame-to-nothing lead.
Does all the hard work and misses a shot like that. You never expect that, but it does happen. Yeah, I think he's just trying to cheat the pocket to get that white ball to come straight back.
Well, not an easy shot for Toisha because he's taken the extension, but he's got one anyway, hasn't he? So he hasn't used it yet, so he may as well take it. Give himself just that little bit more time.
Yeah, some top right spin with a bit of force. Get back to the middle. Should be an easy 9-ball cut, or he can just touch it in and come up. We can play it the long rail and come back down the middle. Plenty of options. There you go. That's the shot. Easy as that.
Does come back up the table, and this
Yeah.
to go out to a 3-frame-to-1 lead, and Sullivan Clark, that'll be hurting.
Costly, yeah.
That'll be hurting him a lot. He was a real chance. He's playing some wonderful 9-ball, but just the shot you expect him to make, he doesn't. And there it is, just like that, 3-frames-to-1.
This will
And
hurt him
now
if Marco finishes here.
the pressure goes on Sullivan Clark because Toisha goes up 4-frames-to-1, and it'll be Toisha who will get the break. I guess the only thing in that, Jimmy, is it gives everybody a little bit of reassurance at home that even the best miss.
Well, yeah. Like I say, the only reason why he missed that was because he was trying to change the angle on the white ball off that black ball. If you put that shot up 100 times, he'll put it 100 times. But because he was trying to cheat that pocket, that's why he missed. These pockets here quite tight, tighter than the odd every other 9-ball table.
So when they travel around the world, are they playing on this same table? Or
Yes.
So they are. So this is that Predator
Yeah, that's the
table.
thing.
This is the Apex.
That's the thing when you go overseas, you know, you adapt straight away to the table. Not like in years gone by, we'd had to go over there and play on a totally different table. New cloth, new everything, and we couldn't just adapt. Took us a couple of games to adapt.
And at that point, it's all over. Oh,
Yeah,
9 ball
exactly,
almost
yeah.
goes in, but that 9 ball just hanging over that pocket. So opportunity somewhere, maybe to plant the 9. That 2 ball sitting there precariously.
Yeah, bit of redemption here.
So
He's got to make
chance
this.
now for Sullivan to look to put that 9 ball in off that 2 ball.
Oh, I think with this rack here, Mark, he'll just run the balls. That's what he's good at. You don't really want to take that risk where you know, it's a low percentage shot. Unless it's dead straight. So I'm picking him to run these balls. Like I say, a bit of redemption here if you can get this rack. Run it and break and clear.
Yeah, see, and that's why you're called the professor, and I'm just merely, well, not even an apprentice, but I just look at the box office shot, don't I? I'm looking at the highlights reel. I'm looking at, yep.
Oh, wow.
Made a
If it's
foul.
called foul, yeah. Another hard rub.
And now, what does Marco Toysha do? So let's just see if we can get a replay here of this. No, we don't have a replay, but clearly must have just had that loose shirt, just touching that ball.
Well, Marco runs out now, doesn't he?
Yeah. But, you know, look, for Sullivan Clark, that'll frustrate him, but that'll just be a little bit reminder too of when you go overseas, they're the little things that you just can't allow to happen. So,
Yep.
you know, they're just those things, and it's better to have it happen to here in this tournament than it is to happen at a World Championship at a key moment. So while it might be harsh, it's a good learning.
And the good thing about having a ref like this that nobody knows, it's not biased.
No, and he's calling it.
Yeah.
He's very good at what he does. He's here on his own time. He's here because he loves the game. He's clearly very good at what he does, and he's got a great manner about him. He's not trying to steal the show.
To the middle of the table, preferably where the 4 is. In line with the 4, perfect. I can see him playing his first plant here, 5 onto the 6. A lot of good players don't like to play it, but this one here is a fairly easy plant.
Well, if you're Marco Toysha, the gunslinger from Eindhoven, you are. So that name coming because of when he's got the full attire on. Comes out with the black cue, the black gloves. He's wearing a black shirt, black pants. He does look like that sort of gunslinger from those westerns that you used to watch as a kid.
They were Vikings, weren't they?
Who's that?
People from Idaho.
People from
Ivanhoe.
Oh, Ivanhoe. No, we're talking about Eindhoven. So,
Eindhoven.
yeah.
There you go, there's the plant I was talking about, fairly easy. It's all just joining the dots now.
Very good football team, Eindhoven.
Where did the Vikings come from?
Oh, it was more from the Norsk, so it's more sort of more Norway and that area. Sort of Scandinavia.
That's right.
Not quite as convinced they were as barbaric as maybe some of these Netflix shows have them out to be, but mind you, go back in that many years ago, I'm not sure there were too many tribes or different races that weren't brutal, to be fair. It was a pretty tough time to live, wasn't it? So Marco Toysha looking to go to a 4-1 lead. And again, it's been 2 errors from Sullivan Clark that's cost him any chance in this match so far. And gets the job done again. And so Marco Toysha extends that lead. Yeah, so 4-1 is the lead. And now Sullivan Clark needs to find a way to climb himself back into the light.
Yeah, he started off well, didn't he? He was, you know, trading blow for blow. Missed 8, and then a foul.
this is the 6th frame of this semi-final. Winner to take on Tone Ewan. Oh, misses with that ball, but others have gone down. Lost the 2 ball off the table.
Jeez, no luck going Sullivan's way at all.
So,
I think that one might be still on.
yeah, tough shot though, isn't it? He's sort of got to try and thread the needle past that red 3 and the 8 black. And then does he block to play safety here, Jimmy, if he can?
I think he's got a shot at it.
He's got no choice. At some point he's just going to have to take some chances, isn't he? Because it's...
Nice pot. There you go.
Oh, great shot.
into
Great
the 8
shot under
ball.
pressure. That is very, very good from Sullivan Clark. Really good. Just draws that back. Has he got enough on it, or has he got too much on it?
That's perfect. Straight back down the table.
So it's the purple ball here. He's playing good. He's just little things have cost him 2 frames. He's playing well enough to win it.
Okay, nice line. Perfect shot.
Wonder whether he takes that extension now.
Punch it into the corner, come back to the middle of the table. Probably leave himself a 2-rail shot on the green ball. 2 straight for the 2-rail shot. Could be 2 rails forward or straight back down the middle.
So chance here to bring it to 4 frames to 2 for Sullivan Clark.
Straight down the middle.
Yeah, boy, he's playing good 9-ball, isn't he? He's playing really, really well. And I'm not sure that scoreline reflects just well how well he's played. In fact, it hasn't reflected how well he's played.
Okay, where's that black ball going to go?
Because the chances he's taken, really just the one bad shot.
Picking one of the middle pockets. No, he's going same corner pocket. Perfect. Nice weight.
Yeah, it's beautifully played, isn't it? It's almost as good as it gets from 2 titans of the sport here in this country.
Swing the ball just past the middle pocket. The right hand middle pocket.
He'll know,
Beautiful.
while he'll be sort of maybe frustrated that he's meeting Toysha in the semi-final and Toysha meeting Clark in the semi-final. They know to actually win this Counties Open, this first round of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour. They're going to have to beat each other anyway at some point.
So this ranking system will put them on opposite sides of the draw next time, because one of them will be ranked number 2, and Marco should be, if he wins, ranked number 1. So number 2 and 3 ranked will be on opposite sides.
Tone Ewan in the mix. It's great that we've got a tour that's going to go around the country and get the top players hopefully travelling and playing each other and picking up points, knowing that there's incentives in terms of going overseas and representing New Zealand, and I guess having your costs covered, and
Yeah, that's great.
and that's the incentive, and that's the reason to get on. But also you want to feel like it's your sport. Why not make it your NPC? Why not make it your sort of National Basketball League equivalent, where you got to get on planes, you got to travel, you got to play at different clubs in different environments.
That's right, yeah. Different table conditions. It's all about adapting straight away.
It is, yeah, it's good. So Toysha with the break, big break here in the context of this match.
One in the middle.
do see the one in the middle. And what
Jeez,
else have we got?
His white ball too, it comes back that same line too. Once he puts that one
Yeah,
ball,
look
wow,
at
look
this
at that.
lovely spread, eh? Wow, that is a good spread for him. 3 to 4 might be the difficulty.
The 7 ball, he has to try and
Move.
open up that 7 and 8 ball as well.
So just looking at that, Jimmy, we know that he's going to pot this 2. Then he's got the 3. So what's he looking to do to try and get across to the 4?
Yeah, it's just naturally going to go pot the 3 in the corner and run down behind the 4.
Sure.
The key to winning this frame is opening up that black and brown ball. You know, none of those have got pockets to go to, so along the way, he has to think of how to open it up. Or get from the green to behind the brown ball. See this angle here will take him right towards the middle. He's got to watch out for the off in the middle pocket after he pots this. But with enough spin, he should stay away from that middle pocket. Use a lot of top spin. Go forward, miss the middle pocket, and then go towards the purple. Okay, now he's got a chance here to open up that brown ball, but way too early to do that.
So taking the 30-second extension.
Yeah, because he's on the wrong side of the purple ball. It's going the wrong way.
So big shot in the context of this. He's not happy. He's frustrated. He's going to have to play it though. Time is running out for Marco Toisha. So shot clock pressure comes in too. He's just not happy. He knows he's going to have to back himself here. So
Yeah.
Marco Toisha, this is a key shot in the context of this semi-final.
Oh, he's going to snooker himself here, I think.
And he always knew that potentially it was on.
And he has snookered himself.
Oh, has he got a line there?
Yeah, he might have a line.
Can we go above the table? And there we go.
He has.
He got a line.
So this is the key shot here.
Can he cut this, Jimmy? Or does
Yeah,
he play
definitely.
defensively?
Definitely he can cut this. This is where he could open up
This
that black.
pocket closest to us.
Yes. The thing is, he could also open up that black and brown ball if he wanted to. If he wants to, he can run into that black ball.
Oh, misses it. Now chance for Sullivan Clark to come to the table, but he's
Oh,
got
look at
himself a
this.
bit of luck here. He snookered Clark. Wonderful play from Toisha. You almost felt it was a little deliberate. He was like, well, if I miss this, I will use the weight of the cue baller. You will use the control to hopefully give myself a B plan. I get out of jail, and he's found it.
Well, it
Great
was
players do it.
was a lucky shot from Marco. Put that in the context of the shot. Got a little bit lucky. Okay, could we see the 9 ball go off the 6 ball here? Hit it hard. In there.
Oh, great effort. Great
Oh.
effort.
The worst thing is he opened up the black and the brown
Yeah,
ball.
but great effort. I love that attacking style at times. I think he knew that really he had to take a chance, and he did.
Yeah, not too bad leave too.
So really good endeavour there from Sullivan Clark.
So this is the strength of one of Marco's gamers at this shot here. He knows how to play it safe. He knows where to put the white ball. And he knows how to put Sullivan back under pressure. Look at that. So that's the key to Marco winning a lot of his matches is that game there. The safety game. Throws the pressure right back on Sullivan.
Now Sullivan doesn't have an extension here, so he's going to have to play quickly. I'll get that 10-second call shortly.
Okay, a lot of luck involved here. He wants luck. He wants luck. He's going to get luck. No, he's not.
So Marco Toisha now, really it's just fundamentals for him. The table is open enough. Can't have an extension, so he'll just take his time within that 30-second time limit.
Let's draw back to the middle.
He's going to get the 10-second call shortly.
good enough. Okay, one good pot here. Focus on potting the ball, nothing else. This is what you call the money ball.
So you're listening to the expert comments of the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry, and we'll talk very shortly why they call him the Professor, but we will wait. It's an intriguing story.
There's the
Gets
money
it. Great shot. Great shot under pressure. Shot clock there. Not an easy shot. So maybe I'm just on that wrong side of this 7 ball,
is.
but he still won't have control over the cue ball necessarily. So Jimmy, quickly, that quick story on why they call you the Professor.
Back to school for you.
Yeah, it's a great story. It's a great story. It's not a deep story. It's not a long story, but it's a great story.
Nice stroke. Beautiful.
Oh boy, he has just found a way, doesn't he? He just finds a way.
Yeah, just has to pot this with some right spin and sit near the rail. Anywhere near the rail is good enough for him.
Yep, doesn't really matter whether he's on the wrong side here because this is the last shot.
So he's already played 2 money balls. He's got to bank them now.
You look to run this in, and that should take him out to a 5-frame-to-2 lead, and it does. So Marco Toisha stands on the hill, or the mountains of dreams, telling himself it's not as hard as it seems. And so, 5 frames to 2, leading Sullivan Clark. Big break now coming.
Yeah, I'm picking him to run this rack if he gets the ball.
So the gunslinger from Eindhoven.
As you can just see, the arena lights that light up this arena.
Now watch the break here, watch the 1 ball top middle pocket. And then let's just focus on the rest of them. There it is. So that's 1 down. And it's just the 1 ball, and there is a lovely little cluster over there. Well, not necessarily a lovely little cluster because it's a hell of a shot now for Sullivan Clark. He's going to have to play safety if in fact he can find a way through. He's snookered himself here at the moment on that 2 ball.
Not very many places he can run that white ball to
So
either.
what does he look to push out here?
Definitely a push out, but where does he go to? Marco will send him straight back in. He doesn't want to be behind it because Marco will play better safety.
Fascinating game.
So we're going to look behind it. He's going to use his extension up. He's going to sit him behind it.
He knows this game is in the balance here. He knows how important this decision is. He's asked for his extension now, so he's taken an extra 30 seconds. They do get a minute off the break for that first time, and that's 30 seconds after that, so still can't quite see it. But he's going to have to play a shot now. He's going to play the push out. Now watch here, very intelligent player. Oh, and he puts the cue ball down. Not what he wanted to do, but he might be okay.
Don't think he's okay. I think it's 1-1-1. So the reason why Marco's looking at this little cluster here, he wants to pot the 2 and move that 5 and 4, but still stay on the 3. So can he get to the 4 from there? I don't think so. A little bit risky. His best option would be to take the 2, push into the 5. Nah, he's going to take his medicine and just pot the 2, 3, and then get to where he is now. So he needs pinpoint accuracy here.
But if anybody can do it, it is the gunslinger.
He's got a natural angle to run halfway down the table.
He's had a number of nicknames over the years. The other one, the Surgeon, because of the precision. Have you heard that?
And the janitor.
Because he cleans the table.
Yeah. They can mop up the table.
Mop up the table. God, that's beautiful, isn't it, Jimmy? You should be a poet, Jimmy. A poet called the Janitor. Now, does he take his 30-second extension here?
Okay, so let's see a force follow through. He needs to be perfect. Even if he's not perfect, he can play a snooker. Stop shot on the 4, sit behind the orange. I think he'll get perfect. No, he's too short, I'd say. He's too short. Let's see, folks.
Let's see if we can go above the table. Just have a look here. So
I think it looks pretty good, yeah. It looks pretty good. Looks like it's on.
that's a really nice camera angle, isn't it? That just gives you that idea. He's just got that little channel. He can thread that needle. I was never any good at threading the needle, Jimmy. I always pricked the finger. You know how you've got to get that piece of cotton and twist it in your mouth and then try and get it through that little needle head?
Yeah.
Never any good at it.
Oh, I struggle now.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to use some right spin to throw that 4 in. And come around the back of it.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, pretty good.
Maybe just lacking just a little bit, but
No,
I think
that's
he can do
perfect.
enough from there, can't he?
Yeah,
In an
screw
ideal
off
world.
Screw off the side rail, the long rail, or play 2 rails.
And now he's going to get the extension. He's wanting to tighten his cue up. Is he out of has he got an extension still in terms of his 30 seconds, or has he used
No,
that?
he's used that. 2 rails.
So he plays the shot.
Okay, so the average Joe will find it hard to get this brown ball from this angle. This we're going to see a lot of cue power, either running inside English, which is one of the hardest shots to play.
Yeah, just explain that terminology, inside English, Jimmy.
So with the 6 ball here, when you play it naturally, the white ball moves to the right. But if you play with inside English, once it hits the rail, it moves back towards the black. Naturally, it'll go the other way. Inside English will send it towards the black. He's going outside English, so 2 rails.
Oh, he
There's
missed it.
And there's the inside English shot. See, that's
And
why
he
they
missed
miss.
it. And now Marco Toysha sits down and coming to the table, Sullivan Clark. So it's a little bit of karma. Well, that's how Marco Sullivan Clark will see it. I've given up a shot. Now you've given up. And that's the pressure of the 30-second shot clock too.
Also the inside English shot he tried to play.
And now
That's why he missed it.
we've got to be careful. He's got an extension coming on. He's already used his 30 seconds. He did that off the break.
Okay, soft inside English. Soft. Watch the white ball go towards the brown ball. It's got bigger angle than he anticipated or wanted.
He should be good enough though here, shouldn't
Yeah, just pot it, come to the outside of the black ball to go in the middle. Natural pot. Maybe a hair of inside English again.
So Sullivan Clark looking to try it, close it within 2.
Or you come back, black in the same pocket. Yep.
Beautifully done. We will bring you the final straight after this. The winner of this will take on Tone Ewan. And he pots it, and now it's just the 9 ball. But he'll be aware in the back of his mind that he missed pretty simple shot at the other end of the table in a very similar position earlier. So you want to make sure that he doesn't take it for granted, doesn't get complacent. So there we go, shuts it down. It's now 5 frames to 3.
Yep.
So 5-3 is the score. And Marco Toisha still has that 2-game advantage. And he comes to the table to break.
Well, and that's the thing when Marco played that inside English. That's what could happen. Hard to judge sometimes. He got the right position, what he wanted, missed the pot. Like you say, it was pressure of also the clock watch.
Hope you are enjoying coverage here of this Predator New Zealand 9-ball tournament. It's part of the tour. It's the Counties Open. Ranking points up for grabs. 2 of the very best in Sullivan Clark, Marco Toisha. All on the same side of the draw. The winner will take on Tone Newen, who earlier got up over Jono McDowell. Pakito.
I think if Sullivan wins this, they have all the momentum running with him.
Oh, missed that ball
All
into
the
the top
momentum
pocket.
running with Sullivan if he can win this frame here.
But I think that is a dry break, isn't it? So it does hand the early advantage back to Sullivan Clark. So Sullivan Clark. Let's just have a look at the spread. It looks like a fairly good spread. What's
Oh,
the
mate,
difficulty here, John?
Nothing at all.
So you should just clear the table, you think?
Yeah, I can do this with my
Should
eyes
just
closed.
run through it. Yeah, but you're special, Jimmy. They call you the professor. Not everybody's called that, Jimmy.
Nice little draw to the middle. Beautiful. Great start. Should be all over here.
Now the 2-ball.
Yeah, 2,
Cross
3,
then
4.
to the red 3, purple 4, orange 5, green 6, brown 7.
Like I said, if Sullivan wins this, he could come roaring home. Momentum all his way now. 1 ball at a time. Just got to get into that mindset. Just pot the ball.
Well, what this is actually just a really good reminder, though, isn't it? Even for a player of this experience, is yep, you can suddenly do some unforced errors and give a couple of frames up, but it's amazing how quickly you can still come back if you believe, and you can still get that momentum shift.
Look at that, you can see an easy finish here. Watch out for the foul. You've already done it once.
He's aware of it too.
Okay, hit this with a bit of authority. Hit it in firm, make the white ball come back a couple of inches. So it gets a straight line on the 6-8 combination. There it is, folks, perfectly. Wow, big shift here. What did I say? If he wins this, he could win it. He's got all the momentum now.
Yeah, except Toisha is on the hill. He only needs to win 1.
Ooh, that was lucky. He didn't have to hit it that hard, but he played it well.
Yeah, he just bring this back up and to the middle of
just
the table, does he?
Yeah, naturally towards the
Other
middle
side,
pocket.
yeah. So watch this here, watch the cue ball. So he just brings it up, nicely done. Wow, that's a good shot. That is an amazing shot for Sullivan Clark.
Now we've got a game on our hands.
5-4 to take it to. That quickly it changes, so it is. We're going to go to a 10th frame. 5-4, 2 of the very best. And really, it was off a dry break from Marco Toisha that allowed Sullivan Clark the opportunity to pull one back. He needs to win 2. Toisha needs to win 1.
Sullivan to break. Let's see a break and clear coming up here. If you can get the 1 ball on the break and stay on the 2 ball, I'm picking him to clear.
You've heard it from the great man, Jimmy, the Professor Henry. If you haven't heard the story of why he's called the Professor, we'll read it to you one more time, Jimmy.
Back to school for you.
There you go, it's a bestseller. It's not a long book, not a lot of chapters in it, but it's a great story. Up there with some of the finest. Catcher in the right, you name them. Make a movie about you one day, Jimmy. Who would play you, Jimmy? I've always wanted to know that.
Geez, yeah.
The Rock?
Yeah, have to be The Rock. Have to
Anyway.
ring him up.
So 5 frames to 4. This is the 10th frame.
Nice cut break. Has he got a
Yeah.
shot on that 2-ball? No, he hasn't. That's been really
He's
unlucky
snooking
for him.
himself. Yep.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the blue ball in the middle of the table there. That's his next shot. But clearly there's no clean path because he's got the red 3 in front of him and he's also got that purple 4. So he is allowed to push out here if he wants, or he somehow just tries to play some sort of hit and miss and hope, or possibly can find a way through and play some sort of defensive shot. But
Yeah, well, I think the best shot to play is just below the 4-ball on the rail. Just below the 4-ball on the rail.
he's going to push it.
Going behind.
So he's pushing away.
Oh, I don't like that. You're
And
giving him a clean shot at it.
He's throwing it back over to Toysha, and Toysha will say, well, he's got the choice here. He can throw it straight back or he can take the shot.
And like I said, folks, this is one of Marco's strengths. Is knowing how to play the safety from wherever he is on the table. He'll have a safety shot.
So he's going to play the 2-ball, but his object is not to pot it. His object is to bring the cue ball into a precarious position and prevent Sullivan Clark from having a clear shot.
Yeah, he's going to hide behind this brown ball, I'd say. Hide behind the brown ball, green ball.
He's taking the extension, so he's taken his 1 extension, but he knows that the table's pretty set up nicely for future shots. And look at that. So now watch
Oh,
this.
Yuck, 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 yuck.
Yeah, that's
Not bad, not bad.
He's bringing it right down. He's got him behind the black, has he? There is a line there, but it's a very, very hard shot for Sullivan Clark. So Sullivan now has to play safety.
Yeah, I don't like Marco's next shot. Oh, he's got a jump too. So what a great shot by Marco. That's the strength of Marco's game. He knows how to play that safety game. He knows how to tie you up, lock you up, put you in jail.
Put you in the box.
Yeah, you can't get out. And if you do get out, big risk of what you leave him.
He's taken his 1 extension too, so they've realised
the shot here,
they
folks?
realise this frame is in very much the. This comes down to this shot here. So he's
Parallel shift.
put down the jumping cue, and he's going to play conventionally.
Gets a little bit lucky here.
So
Anything can happen.
Going to play off the rail
Kick it in.
and look to kick it in, as Jimmy said. So he plays it with a bit of weight, touches it, didn't quite kick it in,
Oh,
tough
no.
shot, and now
No,
it's
no,
open for
no.
Toysha.
No, 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 no.
So now Marco, here he goes. Sit back,
Yep.
folks. You're about to watch an exhibition in 9-ball.
This is a chance.
That's what that 30-second shot clock does too. It just puts a bit more pressure on, doesn't quite give you the clarity, doesn't quite give you the time. Certainly speeds it up, makes it a more entertaining game for the spectator. Sport is about entertainment.
Okay, it's all there for the taking. Everything's in the open. Run through, perfect line. Ooh, might be a bit too much angle. So he'll have to come out with a big shot here. Back and forth. Watch out for the in-off. Watch out for the black. Might play some inside English. No, he's going wide up the top of the table near the black. Watch out for the in-off off the black. Too short. Too short. No, he can see it. Whew. Okay, anything can happen here. He's going to kick into that 5. Send it across the table.
If you are watching this for the first time, have a good look at these two gentlemen, because you don't want to find yourself in a bar one day in a pub that's got a pool table and you've had a few drinks and you decide you want to confuse ability with ambition, and these two happen to be in there.
Oh, no. Oh, wow.
Because they will take you.
I think he can get past that green ball. Just.
Boy, he's going to have to thread the needle here, isn't he, Jimmy? But he does have a straight line through to that pocket. You're right. I mean, that green ball's almost in line with the 9, isn't it? And so there is a channel, but he's going to have to be methodical here. This is a really big shot in the context of this game. Runs it, puts it in, quality.
Perfect.
And now has a chance here on.
Green and brown ball in the same pocket all over, folks. Oh, it's a bit short. It's a bit short. That's all right. 2 rails to the middle. Get to the left of that black and you just natural angle for the 9 ball.
Yeah, he's just going to get the jigger. We all love the jigger.
Just straight pass, a nice punch
Yeah,
through
boy,
too. To
straight
get
down
that angle.
straight down Broadway, wasn't it?
He wants to be on the opposite side of this table, so he can just run the 8 ball in.
There we go.
Oh no, he's elected to play it straight down the corner. That's it, folks. Don't see him missing very many of these in the middle pocket and up table.
No, so it is 1 shot away from moving into another final for the Dutch master, the gunslinger from Eindhoven.
What a great battle. Good
Yeah,
comeback.
great battle. Great comeback from Sullivan Clark. Just a couple of little things that possibly cost him this match. And just like that, it is Marco Toija who beats Sullivan Clark in a very good semi-final by 6 frames to 4. Don't go away, folks. We will be back live shortly from the Masse Club in Pukekohe as the gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Toija, will take on Tone Ewan in the final of the Counties Open. The venue is the Masse Club in Pukekohe. It is the final of the Counties Open, the first round of the New Zealand 9-ball tour in association with Predator and also the NZPA. It's come down to just two. Tone Hewitt of Browns Bay up against the gunslinger from Eindhoven, the great Marco Toisha. It is first to 6 frames. Joining me in commentary, the man simply known as the Professor, because he'll take you back to school, is Jimmy Henry.
Yeah, thanks there, Mark, for that introduction.
And so
So this is going to be quick fire, this one.
this is the lag, so this is determined to see who ultimately gets the choice of whether they want to break. They will want to break, and it will be the Dutch master, the gunslinger, Toisha, who really, when you look at the form through the semi-finals, looks very much like he is in the zone. Tone Hewitt's going to have to be at his best. And I'm not sure that earlier on when he took on Jono McDowell, Pukekohe, that I have seen enough for him to get past this man, but it is 9-ball. It's the only form of cue sports where you're allowed flukes. And Toisha gets away 1 ball straight down. We've also lost the 5-ball. So a good break. Jimmy alongside of me. He's snookered himself though, hasn't he? He's got a hard shot on that 2-ball. Just picked that up actually. So that blue 2-ball is the next shot.
Yeah, I'm picking him to get that jump cue out.
Oh, I'm picking him to play safety.
No. Yeah, he's looking for a push out.
So he's allowed to push out. What they mean by that is very first shot after a break, because you don't have control on the break. If there's a shot that you can't see, you can push the cue ball out, and you can then, your opponent then has the choice of whether they want to then play the shot or they force it back on you. So you can't do a push out, play a mean snooker, because you're then going to have to play it yourself. Now they do get a minute after the break, but 30 seconds on every other shot with one extension of 30 seconds.
He's going to push out into another jump shot. So he's just pushed there, so it's a little bit closer, easier for him to jump, but Tony will take this on. He ain't going to give it back to Marco. Last time we saw Marco give him back a shot. Remember the jump shot against Sullivan?
But I also think that perhaps he doesn't believe that Tone has the ability to pocket this.
Oh no, he's giving it back, only because he can't reach it properly.
Okay, so Toisha gets the first psychological victory.
Could backfire here. If he doesn't make this, leaves the table open. Tony's very capable of running these balls, especially when they're near pockets.
Does Toisha take his extension here? So he'll get the 10-second call in a minute.
That's a pretty good stance there. It's pretty solid. I'm going to make this.
Oh, he does it too. The gunslinger, that's why they call him. Quick draw McGraw, brilliant.
That's exactly what happened to Sullivan one time. Gave him back the shot and he cleared. Told you he's looked pretty good in position when he was taking the shot. Looks solid. Middle of the table.
I'd imagine these guys probably haven't met too many times.
Well, I think they have. They've met a few times when Marco was playing NZPA as well. I don't know what the head-to-head score is, but I'd say Marco will be ahead on that. Okay, he wants to be high on the 6-ball. He's high enough. He can just draw back off the rail a little bit straight. Play a TV shot here, draw back with a bit of right-hand spin to make the white ball go towards the brown ball. Where's the right-hand spin? Watch the white ball. Once it hits the rail, there it goes, right towards the brown ball. Easy finish. Bit of right-hand spin to come into line on the black ball, which will give him just a straight stop shot. Perfect. Nice stop shot off the rail, back out to the middle. Don't want to sit on the rail is the key to winning a lot of frames. You don't want to sit on that rail.
Oh, nice from Toisha, this to go to 1 frame to nothing lead just like that. That's just how good these guys are at this level. We've talked about it, but if you've just joined us, you just cannot leave the door ajar. They will not just walk in. They won't just take a muffin off the bench. They will walk in, they'll take your television, they'll sit on your couch, they'll sleep in your bed. And so it is 1 frame to nothing to Marco Toisha over Tone Ewan. And so special thanks to Predator and of course acknowledgement of the New Zealand Pool Association doing a wonderful job in terms of spreading the love. And Predator, and of course we're playing on the Arcadia cloth. The Predator Apex table, the Predator Arcos 2 ball.
The arena lights.
The arena lights and everything starting with an A. Except for you, Jimmy.
Okay, Tone's turn to break.
Now, one of the big differences in 9 ball between now and what we saw last year is the position of that diamond on the table. It's further forward. So where the 9 ball is positioned, it's always in the middle. That is where the 1 ball on the front used to be. So the rack has come forward on the table, and that is to prevent those outside corner balls from going immediately into pockets. But the good ones will make that 1 ball disappear into that top middle pocket. And it's a dry break, which immediately hands the advantage to Toisha. But this is not an easy shot. But one thing that we know with Marco Toisha is his defensive game, his ability to tighten the screws and squeeze.
Okay, so you can double that yellow ball back, hiding behind the green and brown ball. I mean the orange and brown. At the edge of that yellow ball, sitting behind the... I didn't like that shot. Can probably just put this yellow ball on the back rail.
It's taken his extension, so he's just got an extra 30 seconds here. He knows the importance of this. He knows this is a final. Love to just extend this to 2-0 because at some point you would imagine the bungee cord will snap, that psychologically just too much damage is done. And if you can get up by 3 or 4 frames against a player of this quality, not going to have a lot of time to play the shot. And that is just another lovely safety from him. He has probably allowed Ewan a chance on the 1 ball, but not a chance as such, more just a chance not to be snookered. So, got to be careful of the in-off here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to go that way. I think he'll just bank that 1 ball straight back down the table.
Okay, is he looking to try and pocket off the bank?
No, he wants to probably sitting behind the red ball.
Okay, so what we mean by banking it is just taking the yellow ball off this top rail, which looks like the bottom rail at the moment on this TV.
Oh, he's decided against that. Well,
he's just opened the door here, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's just wanting to welcome the gunslinger in.
Still, I'm not picking Marco to run this rack, only because of the 5 ball where it's situated.
No, I don't think Marco at some point he'll go to safety, won't he? Or
yeah, okay, so you'll put 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then you'll double the orange ball out and sit behind the 9 ball straight ball.
That's Jimmy, and that's how quickly these guys calculate things. You hear Jimmy, the professor there, doing it. Marco Toisha works as quickly. They've mapped this table in about 10 seconds. It's a remarkable, remarkable skill set.
There is an angle where he can cut that 5 ball. If you can get onto that, he's okay.
So he's not happy. He's looking at that yellow 3, which is the next shot.
That's a perfect position where he is now. Swing it back to centre of the table. Okay, now he's just got to decide where that 4's going. Depending on this angle he gets on the purple ball, we'll decide whether he goes for that 5 ball. That's good, that's perfect angle. Okay, here we go. I think that 5 ball is just on from where he's pointing now, right from there. Stop the ball right where it is. Okay, this 5 ball's on from here. nudge into this 9 maybe. Oh no, he's played the safety shot.
Yeah, well, you talked about it, Jimmy.
Ooh,
You
wow.
talked about it, but he's now given a chance here. That's very uncharacteristic. We talk about
Yeah.
the quality
wow.
of his defensive game, but yeah, boy, that is Marco Teuscher-like.
Okay, Tone's got the natural angle
Yeah,
to
he's
do
not
anything with this white ball.
Just looked across at Marco, not happy at all with that.
Just come back a little bit, give him an angle to run up and down the table, or to draw back, one of the two. See where he's pointing to, that's where he wants the white ball next. Bring it back an inch or two. Dead straight, so you can draw this right back to the 8 ball. Nice time shot, we'll get him straight back behind the 8 ball. Beautiful.
Yeah, showing his quality and class, he's going to need to be at his best. So 2 balls away from taking it up, and an uncharacteristic shot from Marco Teuscher.
And look at this, folks, a little bit straight here, ugly. So all he can do is stop it there or draw back.
So we're talking more about the position of the cue ball here, not
Yeah.
so much the fact that he can't pot the 8 ball. It's more about the fact he just doesn't have anywhere to go with the cue ball. And so he's taking the extension. He knows that.
So this is similar to why Sullivan missed earlier. Same shot. Oh, wow, he played that well. He punched it off the rail, got out there.
So, and that's time he decided that weight was his friend, that he needed to just be aggressive. And now this to take it to 2 frames. And he's, oh, I thought he missed that, but he got it. Superb from Tawanoyan. That is really, really good. And so now it is 1 frame each.
Wow.
And it is now,
That's because Marco made that one little error. Eh? He didn't expect that 5 to run into that green ball. That's what stopped the 5 ball.
but he'll map that. He'll map that. He'll take that on board. They're always learning. This is a game you never master. There's never been a game of 9 ball anywhere in the world that has mirrored any other game. You don't get to come in. There's no set template here. There's not one break in the world that's exact as any other break.
This one is the 1 ball in the middle. No, that's exactly the
No,
same
I'm
break.
saying in terms of the way the actual entire rack spreads itself.
True, true.
Are we going to have that type of relationship, are we, Jimmy?
Yeah, it's amazing how they can, you know, look how many times Marco's broken since he's been on this table here today. I'd say every time he's broken, that 1 ball's been in the middle. Oh, it just jinx him, eh?
Now, you look at the way, though, that you get to spread here. So the 1 ball will probably go and drop that top middle pocket, if you're looking at it.
Ah.
And he missed it. Commentator's curse. We've talked about it, Jimmy.
Oh, and he's got another jump shot. And it's going to set tone up again to take this jump shot or not.
And so this little device here is just to measure a little bit like you see in golf, where you just put your little pin placement in.
Yeah, marker.
Marker. Look at that.
Nice. Nice camera view.
Yeah, really nice, isn't it? That's the thing when you've got a professional referee.
Okay, this 1 ball looks like it's on. And that's the thing with Marco. You give him a chance. They say you give him an inch, he'll take a...
Yard.
Yeah.
I mean, you open the door and this man's a burglar, isn't it? He's going to come in and take everything. Maybe that should be his nickname, the burglar.
Too many people have got that name.
That's a bit harsh.
Nice shot.
Okay.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Beautiful with backspin.
So it's now the 3 ball, a red ball. And it's down to the 4. And back up to the orange 5.
3 and 4, pretty good. 5, 6, good.
Does he play a plant here at all, Jimmy, or does he
No,
just play
definitely not.
percentages? No.
Yeah, just pluck each ball as they are. Don't have to move anything. That's That's a mistake a lot of good players make. You know, they move balls when they don't have to.
Yeah, well, that's just, you know, but that's the thing, isn't it? It's that top 2 inches. That's that decision making that we talk about. Sometimes it's about, you know, don't bring the gambler out. But everyone loves the gamble, don't they? You know,
They do.
I keep saying that's why Las Vegas is Las Vegas, because people love gambling.
Nice little draw. It's top shot. That's good enough because the 5's over the pocket. Okay, so the trick to winning this frame is the 8 to the 9. I think they go in both pockets. Same pocket. Everything's been perfect so far. Nip draw.
Explain nip draw.
Just bring it back an inch or two. Give himself an angle to pot the 7 to get to the 8. We could draw right back down the table and back out if he wants to show off a bit. He punches and gets a good angle. He wants to play the same shot here, punch it in. Sit in the middle of the table for the 8 and 9 in the same pocket.
Taking his extension, his extra 30 seconds. It's a good rule, the 30 seconds.
That's the difference between Marco and a lot of the top players in New Zealand. He gets the right angles all the time.
But it's not by luck, is it? You talk to
No.
Marco Toish, and this guy has been a professional since a young age. He's lived in the back of his car. He's played all the tournaments around the world. He's learnt how to lose to learn how to win. And he's dealt with a hell of a lot of adversity.
Hang on, folks.
He's snookered himself again.
Yeah.
He's given himself a trouble. Jump cue might have to come out, will it? Does
Okay,
he have a chance here?
So the reason why he ended up there is he put too much bottom on the ball instead of punching it into the rail. So he had a little bit more screw than what he needed.
He's got no extension time either. He's only going to have 10 seconds here. He's going to run out of time too if he's not careful.
He's going to hit and hope. Hit and hope. I think he's going to get lucky here. I think he's going to get lucky. Look at this.
Oh, Toisha, you call it luck, call it whatever you want. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Billy the Kid. That is the gunslinger. That is the man from Eindhoven.
Now he's just got to, listening to all of that, he's just got to stop, settle down, get the mind back onto what he's trying to achieve and pot the ball.
Well, when he needed it the most, he took his chance. You can say this is a fluke, but Marco Toisha is Marco Toisha for a reason. That is quality. That is class.
Wow. I knew that was going to happen. That usually happens, you know, a lot.
That is box office.
That happens a lot to people, you know. You think, oh, well, he's left this, just hit and hope, and they usually get it. Or you leave them a shot that's not on, and you know they're going to get it.
They don't get it.
No, I knew he was going to get that somehow.
So now into the 4th frame.
Gave Tone a little bit of hope. He would have been there saying, yes, he's made a mistake. And he pulls out that. Okay, Tone's break all day has just been a measured one. He ain't hitting the ball that hard. It's just been a soft medium hit. And that white ball keeps spreading too high, the one ball. Oh, he hit it nice that time.
Yep, got it nice, didn't he? And that's the great players. They can go away, they do that bit of visualization, and they just make that little mental adjustment. And that's what we are seeing.
Gee, no luck running Tone's way. In 9 ball, you need a bit of luck. Better to be lucky than good. Okay, Tone, what do you got? I'm sure you have to play a push-out, Tone.
So push out.
Okay, so I don't like his push-out. Marco's going to run to the table and just nick that 2 ball. Send it towards the brown ball and hide up table behind the green and the 9 ball.
So Toysha here. Yeah, it's so hard to outsmart and outthink this guy. And if you're going to beat him, you're going to probably beat him on his mistakes.
It's going to get the white ball back there or 2 ball back
But
there.
if you are at the table, you've got to pop balls. You've got to make precise in anything you do.
Okay, the white ball was supposed to go behind the brown ball, but he's got second prize. Snuck in behind the purple.
Nice shot. Yeah.
Okay, Tone needs a bit of luck here. Kick and stick, hopefully.
So he wants the extension, Tony Ewan.
Okay, this could go in the corner pocket. He needs a bit of luck. It's about time he had a bit of luck.
He's not going to
Oh,
get it
that's
though,
not
is
too
he?
bad,
No,
that's
no,
not too
he
bad.
might get it, he might get it, he might get it. He's
Yeah.
got it.
He's got a snooker.
There is a channel there, is there. Can he get through that? Toysha, I thinks he can probably get that.
He can.
Does he look
See
for
it?
the plant here, Jimmy?
Of course. Two-way shot.
So he goes for it. 2 onto the 7.
Yeah, but you got to remember, if you pot that, you can leave yourself a hard shot, or maybe even snooker yourself. So he's got to decide whether he wants a safety or he wants to pot the ball. He plays percentages.
Oh, great shot. Great
I
shot.
tell
Now
you.
let's just have a look at where that cue ball is. Does he have an angle here? Does he have an angle? I think he does. Certainly got a shot. So he hasn't snookered himself, but not happy. Not
told you.
happy.
Okay, he's going to play the kick shot in behind. If he catches this full, good chance he'll snooker Tone behind the green or the yellow and white stripe 9 ball. Once hit it full, but he's got a good chance of snookering him. He does hit it full. What did I tell you?
Great shot, isn't it? Wow, that is good. Wow, that is good. That, folks, is unbelievably good.
That's the strength of his game. He knows these sort
Yeah.
of situations. So
Well,
what?
so often, though, isn't it, you talk, whether it be at World Cup football, it's defence that wins big games, and
Yes.
that's what we've just seen, defensive qualities of Marco Toysha. Oh, cue ball down too, so you expect this now to be,
Straightforward.
yeah, game over. Oh, frame over.
Nip draw.
Just pull this back just a little bit. There we go.
He's got a good angle on this 4 ball to get to the 5 ball. He wants to be right in line where the white ball is now. He wants to have that line so he can run towards the green ball. A little bit of spin, perfect line. A little bit too short, but that's okay. Really work this white ball now with a run the white ball through off the rail with a bit of right hand English. Watch the white ball just cruise towards the green ball. Here's
Yeah,
a little
that is
cruise.
incredible cue ball control from the gunslinger.
Now he's going to put this green ball and see where the white ball is right now, Mark. He's going to get the white ball back to there. Draw it hard and a little bit of spin to get the white ball right back to where it is. Look at that. Did I say where it is? Oh, mate, what's that? How's that for perfection?
Jimmy, there's a reason they call you the professor, my good man. There's also a reason why people confuse you with the Rock. Good looks, brains, the whole package. Jimmy the Professor Henry alongside of me.
Stop it there. Keep it simple.
And there we go, so Marco Toysha to go to a 3-frame-to-1 lead. Really probably should have been 4-0. But you just feel Tone Ewan, he's up against a player at just another level.
It's got to hang in there, Tone. You never know what could happen in 9 ball.
Well, that's it. I
Just
mean,
get this frame and the next frame and you'll be all right.
but it goes now to 3 frames to 1.
Yeah, so the key to Tone,
So 3 frames to 1 now for Toysha, leading Tone Ewan.
yeah, so the key to Tone beating Marco is just sticking with him all the way if you can.
Shadow him.
Yes.
Hang in there.
Yeah, until that final frame, and you never know what could happen.
Yeah, I don't think he's also got to make sure that he's not in two minds. He's got to just go out there. He's got to have clarity. He's got to back himself.
Yep.
You know, in that moment of hesitation.
And I think, yeah, I think at the stage of the game now, he'll do that. You know, he's just going to go out there and just
got
hit
to
balls in.
just play with some freedom. Yeah, pretend Marco's not there. Forget the television lights. Forget your dulcet tones. The wonderful lights that sit above the table. Great to have New Zealand Pool Association endorsing this. Two organisations coming together, Masse and NZPA, for the greater good of the sport.
Yeah, well, like I say, this is going on the road soon, and we're going to probably be down in the South Island.
You'll be
within the
going down,
next-
Jimmy?
Well, I don't know. I'll see what it's on. I'll see if the boss pays for it.
Come on, mate, I'd pay for you to go down, Jimmy. I mean, what is a tournament without you, mate? So like
yeah,
the
we'll
$5
see.
bill without Edmund Hillary on it.
Yeah, so like I say, we're going to go on the road soon, and yeah, you're going to see good players travelling towards the south. I just hope more of the juniors go down and get that experience. You know, that's
Yeah,
what
well,
they
look,
need.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's not the it's not a huge amount of money, is it, to fly internally in a night's accommodation in a motel somewhere and do it. I mean, if you're serious about it, you've just got to make the sacrifice. I mean, these guys got
Definitely.
enough time to get part-time jobs and do things. Here we go. Missed that. Oh, I got it. Thought he missed it. Boy.
Yeah, he's left him a perfect angle to get across the table for the purple ball
Yeah.
after this red one.
Yeah, nervous little heart flutter, I would have thought there for 1 second from Marco. It might have just been the angle I was looking at. He's not that
Okay.
happy though, is he?
Yeah, he has to hit this really, like he has to hit this perfect and at a good speed. Just be careful of the white ball tracking towards the
he's
corner
made it.
pocket.
Made a couple of really uncharacteristic errors, even though he leads by 3-1. There's a couple of shots in here that he won't have been happy with. He's taking the extension, just doesn't need the pressure.
Okay, this shot here should nudge into that black.
Can't quite see it, stands back up, always the sign of a good player. He's going to get the 10-second call in a minute. He's not going to have a lot of choice here.
Going off.
Plays it,
Nudge towards
nails
the black.
it, nails it, nails it.
Nudge towards the black. Wow, what a pace. Perfect line.
So,
Okay, some outside English to cruise straight up the table.
you think of the Van Goghs, you think of the Rembrandts, and you think of Marco Toysha, Dutch masters.
Nice bit of left-hand English. Okay, draw back into the...
So left-hand English is but sort of almost like reverse swing in cricket, isn't it? It's sort of, you're almost defying physics a little bit.
Well, this shot here is, yeah, reverse English. He's going to go around the back of the green ball. Oh, he's kissed into it. No,
Not a great shot.
that's all right. He's left himself a bank shot.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah, didn't really need to go into that. His bank pull's good.
yeah, look at this. What a masterclass. He hasn't made it easy for himself, but he's shown his class in terms of digging himself out of the holes that he's created.
Nice three-rail shot to the middle of the table. Same again. I'd say this 9 ball, you can make it easy. 2 rails.
Well, he's left the corral, hasn't he? And he's standing in the middle of the street, and he's about to draw his guns. About About to go to a 4-frame-to-1 lead over Tone Ewan.
Can either come straight up the table or use the rails.
He hasn't had it all his own way in this tournament. In section play, he was down by 3 frames. Had to come back and win the next 6 to get through.
And he lost to a player in section play as well. But section play is only just warm-up games. Getting the feel of the table, the atmosphere, getting the feel of the building.
And there it is. So good performance. 4-frames-to-1. Marco Teuscher over Tone Ewan. And now he is 2 games away from wrapping up this first round of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour, the Counties Open. Of course, based at the Auckland side of the Bombay Hills.
Yeah, we have to find a good player to beat him.
No, I think he's sitting next to me in commentary, Jimmy.
Oh, I've retired. Maybe Simon Singleton might play the odd tournament here and there if we come down his way. Give him a good challenge, I'd say. He'll be up for the challenge. Young Bowen boys might give him a bit of a shake-up. A lot of players in South Island that could do the job. No, another push out for Tone. Hasn't had much luck after the break. Just touch the 2. Call push out. Leave the white ball on the rail. Don't really want to go over there. He's going to hand it back to you. He'll definitely hand this back to him.
So push out again. What's he
100% hand it back.
How does he play this?
No, he just gives it back without him getting out of the seat.
Okay, so that is the experience of Marco Teuscher. He knows that the bungee cord's pretty stretched now. I've got a feeling it's going to break shortly. At what point does Tone Ewan say maybe perhaps second is good enough today? And so often in sport,
that's a pretty good shot.
Lovely,
That's a
lovely,
pretty good shot.
lovely get out of jail shot. Might have just got away with it.
Yeah.
But just cue ball just on the wrong side. So not bad from Tone Ewan.
Yeah, nice shot.
Like I say, he just won't have control on this cue ball. Missed it.
First time he's had a swipe at a ball the whole day.
Okay, so he's opened the door. Now, how does Tone Ewan deal with it? Just got to, again, as you said, keep clarity, Jimmy. Pretend that there's nobody here. This is just a game at home. And he's just got to just play these with soft hands, a soft touch.
He's just going to be aggressive now. Back his potting ability. Go all in. You play poker?
Yeah, I do. I enjoy that Texas Hold'em. I think I love the fact that you play the man, not the cards. There is an element of luck in it. But he's just missed it, hasn't he? And in doing so, you just wonder whether he's given away this Counties Open.
Not just yet. Don't count him out yet.
No, but any other player against him, and I agree with you, Jimmy, but...
I wonder if Marco can pot this 8 ball. Don't think it's on, but might be able to pot the 1 ball inside the 8. Let's see what the white ball does if it stays down there.
So
he's played.
Going down. I think he's trying to play that 8 ball in, I reckon he is going to try and play that 8 ball in.
Yeah, he tried to, yeah.
Still, he's
Yeah.
Chinese snookered. Not Chinese snookered.
He's done
Tone
it.
Ewan, it's a hard shot for Tone
Yeah,
Ewan.
definitely.
It's not an easy shot, but yeah, you could just sort of see where he's positioned on that cue ball, that your initial call of looking to pot the 8 was on.
Okay, Tone's in 2 minds here. He doesn't know whether to go for the pot, which is a hard one because of the queuing. Or to play safe, he's looking for a safety. Probably will run the 1 ball onto the 3.
Waiting for the extension. He knows the importance of this shot right now in this race to 6.
Yeah, just go for the pot. Like I still got to clean it up. He's looking for the safety.
Not going to get it.
Big bounce.
Not going to get it.
No. Actually left him a good angle to get back to the blue ball.
So Marco Teuscher now. He'll look to just run this rack. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, he's going for the bank on the 8 ball.
Oh, he missed it too.
Too short.
Yeah. And he's going to open that up now.
Yeah.
Wow. Here for Tone Ewan. Does Tone look to try and play the 1 and then run down to the 8?
Yeah, no, you don't want to really put that 8. That could be a like insurance card there.
Okay, because that would then technically give him a shot at the 3, wouldn't it? At the 2 ball.
Yeah, he can just cruise down there and put the 2. Oh, he did. He listened to you.
He's on
Didn't
that
like it.
Yeah, on that wrong side of that 2 ball low, but he can just deft touch. He's going to have a difficult shot though.
No,
Oh, it's the 3 ball, isn't it? It's not
yeah,
the 4 ball.
Yeah, you can go towards that
Yeah,
3
no,
ball.
green. My
Getting
apologies.
close. Getting close. 4 to the 5 will be the hard part. He'll end up in the middle of the table. Or dead straight, one of the 2. Yep, middle of the table. That gives him an angle to run round 3 rails and behind the 7 and 9 up towards the 5. Watch out for the foul on the 5 ball with his clothing.
He's got to be careful. We saw earlier a foul ball called
Watch
on
out for the in-off
Sullivan Clark.
in the middle.
So in off, that is, what does he do? He plays it back and almost does go the in off. Jimmy called it, but he's in a good chance here to pull a frame back.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
But he does have still a tricky shot here, but a shot of player of this quality shouldn't have too much difficulty.
Yeah, you can play the soft touch or up and down the table. Up and down's better, then you can just let your arm go.
Just cuts it nicely, comes back up. As he
7
blocked
in the
him.
middle.
Okay. Got him.
Perfect.
Yep. And this to take it to 4 frames to 2. So really good comeback from Tone Ewan.
Yeah, well, he's
really
not-
good comeback.
he's
That's
not-
very, very well played.
He's not going away, is he?
No, 4 frames to 2 though. Can he though win the next, or can he win 4 of the next 6 frames though? That is the big question.
So all of the players that played yesterday all day for 12 hours, thank you very much. Next time we will try and sort it out so it doesn't go that long.
No,
Maybe-
few
maybe if-
teething errors when you get 2 organisations coming
Yes.
together. So
Maybe
Marco
have-
Teuscher with the break, the 1 goes down. And what else have we got here? Not a bad spread. I think he'll be relative to that cue ball.
Yeah, Marco took quite a few risks in the last game. He's hitting them all over the place. Just can't get too impatient. Another risk coming up here. Fine cut. The white ball's going to go across the table a number of times. I hope it don't go in off. Here we go, folks. A back and forth shot. Let it go. Let the arm go. Hit it hard. That's a nice stroke.
Yeah, great shot. Wonderful shot from Marco Toisha.
Still got the wrong angle on the 3 ball to get to the purple ball. All he can probably do is draw back. It's on the wrong side of the 3 ball. Just went around and had a look if it goes past the 8 ball. Double checking past the 8 ball shot. No, he's shaking his head. Okay, so if he really wanted to let his arm go, screw back up towards the 6 ball and back out.
Yeah.
No, he thinks it can go past that black ball.
So, Toisha knows that.
Looks close. I think he'll play the percentage shot here, sitting behind the black.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you, Jimmy. Just trying to look at that and just seeing if there is that line. Let's have a look at that Q tip on that Q ball. Will give you an idea of what he's trying to do.
Risky shot this. Be better to play the percentage and
He's got
snooker
10
him.
seconds. 7, 6.
Oh, nice.
Boy.
He punched it in. Nice. Got the movement of the white too.
Well, we just talk about the commitment, don't we? You've just got to stay committed. You know, you've got to, can't be in two minds. Back yourself. He's good enough. And now he just needs to just run through this. Beautiful. Brings it right back up the table to play that 6. Look at the precision there. That is a wonderful shot.
Yeah, no angle on the 6 ball, but he will make an angle. Can punch it in.
Yeah,
Or he
punch
could
it in.
screw back off 2 rails. Screw back into the middle. He had the angle to punch out. Beautiful. Is the 8 ball going in the same pocket, or is he playing that inside English? Yeah, a little bit of inside English. There you go. Got 2 options here. Screw back, put the 9 in the same pocket. Or screw back over to the other side.
And there you go. Just an exhibition from Marco Toisha in this frame. Had some difficulty, but just played his way out of it through experience and pure class. So Tone Ewan just sits back and watches. And so this to take him to the top of the hill.
Nice.
And there it is, standing on the hill.
Yep, he's on the hill.
Yep. Standing on the hill in the mountains of dreams, telling himself it's not as hard as it seems.
Led Zeppelin.
It is Led Zeppelin, Going to California, great tune. Standing on the hills and the mountains of dreams. I don't sing very well, but it's a great song. But I've decided that when someone's standing on the hill, I'm going to quote the line. It's about establishing some tradition and history.
Yep.
And so here we go. Big break here for Tone Ewan. What can he do?
Yeah, he's had that soft break, eh? I think he needs maybe have a try at the little bit firmer, sending that 1 ball into the middle.
So,
As Marco and Sullivan have been doing all day today.
yeah, so expect a safety shot here from Toisha. Is he going to look to try and go and off? I mean, does he look to try and maybe bank this? What does he do here, Jimmy?
Well, I think he pushes out.
Okay,
He pushes out. Yeah,
Yeah,
give,
that's the other option, clearly.
give Tone the option, you know. And then if Tone don't take it, Marco will know what to play. Looks like he's going to tie this 2 ball up. With your push out, you can do anything you like. And he does tie the 2 ball up. Okay, a famous shot on Marcos. He left him the kick and stick. With the shot, you must hit it full. Come off the rail, hit it full. Nice stop shot. Hand it back, I'd say. See, and Marco put him in this position because he knows the shot. The biggest strength of his game is knowing these shots. Knowing every shot in the book.
Yeah, so here he is. Just have a look at this, folks.
Sit on the 7 ball is his key.
Okay, not bad, not bad. Still work here. Opportunity for Ewan though. Can he bank this, or does he look to just play this up that far into the table, Jimmy?
Well, like
Or
you
is he
say, he's got to let his arm go sooner or later.
Yeah, he's going to have to take some chances, isn't he? He can't play safety, so let's see what he does do here. He's
not
played
bad.
safety pretty good. Yeah, wow. Not bad. Let's just see if we can go above the table and just see if there is a channel there.
Marco will come in behind, kick the ball again. He's been in this situation a lot too. Sitting behind the red ball somewhere. There was the edge on. Edge was on.
Still, messy game, messy break. No one really found any rhythm or room. No one's been able to join the dots just yet. Is this the opportunity for Ewan? He's going to need to be at his best.
Yeah, if he plants this, the 2 9-ball plan is on. But if he misses it,
Well, that's it. It's about the second shot, but you've got to make sure you get the first part of the equation right. What does he do? Oh, he just misses it too, and that 2-9 would have been on. Look at that, folks. So
Yeah.
now,
well, watch this cue ball control mark. He's going to get the white ball back to where it is now and have a go.
yeah,
He knows the dead straight poke.
yeah. Well, Jimmy, it's been extraordinary, particularly through the semi-finals, that wonderful semi-final between this man, Marco Teuscher, and Sullivan Clark. Really impressed by Jono McDowell. Pukekohe, who came so close to beating Tone Ewan in that semi-final. And now, maybe not quite as much weight as he had hoped, and now he's got a difficult shot here. Now, does he just punch this? Does he have a go? Or does he play safety?
Yeah, he'll have a go. The key is to get that white ball down behind the red ball. Have a go and try and snooker him behind the red or the purple. One of those 2 balls, but you're still going to have a go.
So he's going to come across. So 9 ball, bottom right pocket to win the main, to win the Counties Open. It's it, and there it is. So
and
Marco
the safety.
Teuscher, the gunslinger from Eindhoven, wins the Counties Open, the first round of the Predator New Zealand 9-ball tour, and he ends up beating Tone Ewan by 6 frames to 2. And yet again, another crown, another title to add to his impressive resume. Final thoughts of the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry. You're going to be good to beat this guy, don't you?
Yeah, you have to be. You have to be on your game. You can't afford to make mistakes. You've got to get off to a good start. So, yeah, hopefully next time we'll have somebody who can do that.
Well, I hope you have enjoyed coverage here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Do check out and Google the NZPA, Google Masse, find out when the tour is coming to town, find out where you can find a club, maybe get some coaching, take out some of the guesswork. On behalf of Predator, myself, Jimmy, and the team from Masse and NZPA, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. We look forward to having your game. We look forward to having your company again. But it is the man from Eindhoven, Marco Teuscher, who takes out the Counties Open.
Thank you.